Hey everybody, welcome to the stream. Welcome to another day in Azeroth, and thank you guys very much for joining me today. I hope everybody is doing fantastic. What is new? What is good, guys? Alright, so today we're gonna play some Classic. It's been, oh boy, I think it's been almost exactly 2 months. Maybe a little bit less than 2 months, but pretty dang close to 2 months since I've played any Classic.
What brings you here?
It's been a while. So we'll see how it goes. Kind of curious to see if you guys are still interested. And I'm kind of curious to see how it feels after playing so much retail recently. So let's start with some housekeeping. Let's clean out our bags a bit. 14 slot bag I could definitely put in my bank. I am going to pick up dual spec at some point today. And the good news is we have an awesome one-hander and a pretty great shield. I'd like to maybe try to tank some ZF. Because I heard that in Classic there was this problem where there aren't any tanks. No, I mean there are tanks, but there aren't enough of them. I even heard there were so few tanks that tanks had started charging for runs. Which I think is kind of crazy, but... you know, supply and demand and all that jazz. Alright, this looks pretty good. I don't think I need those. Don't think I need that. Oh god, we gave up on first aid a while ago. We gave up on all of our professions on this character. That's right. Okay. That's not exactly great. I'm gonna see if I can pick this character up and just pick up where we left off. Sometimes when I step away from a character for a couple months, it's really hard to just pick him back up. Let's see, green quest. We have a green quest here. Okay. That looks like the only green we have. So let's start with that. That seems like a good place to begin. Chaos, Talon, David, welcome to the stream, guys. Thanks for joining us. That's a Sunken Temple quest. Okay, let's just head out. I think we're good. How's the music volume and stuff? Trying to remember when I quit playing this character. I think had the Dark Portal just opened? The Dark Portal had either just opened or it was about to open. And then I was burned out. And I was like, nah, I'll pass. You know what I need to start doing? I need to, like, when an expansion is coming out, and this is what worked out so well with Midnight. It's like with Midnight, I wasn't playing retail at all leading up to Midnight. I didn't play any retail until like Midnight was out, and then I was like, okay, I'll start leveling a character, whatever. But with a lot of expansions, what I do is I play a ton leading up to the expansion. You know, I get really excited, I get really hyped, and I just play a bunch, right? And you'd think like, well, that makes sense. You're excited for the expansion. You want to play a bunch, but then by the time the expansion comes out, I'm burned out. Like, burned out in a bad way. So I need to, like, I gotta take a break. Whenever, like, a new expansion's coming out, I need to completely step away from that version of the game, and I need to go do something else for a while. And that way, when the expansion, whatever it is, comes out, I'm not completely burned out. The portal was just about to open. Yeah, that's what it was, right? The portal was like a day from opening, or maybe, I think maybe the last day I streamed, maybe that was opening day, or maybe it was like right before opening day. And yeah, I'm like, I had been busting my ass, I felt, to like level the character up. We were level 47, and I was like, yeah, I'm burned out. I gotta step away. So yeah. Next time around the wheel, we'll take a break, I guess. My pandemic videos. It's funny that we classify like a whole era. A whole era that was only like a year and a half. It's like that's the pandemic era. It was like the good times. Could stay indoors and not feel guilty about it. Flake out on social interactions without feeling bad because like there were no social interactions. Good times. I mean, not really good times, but you know what I mean. Zelch, good morning to you, buddy. Alright, so let's just try to get back into this character and see how that goes. I'm always very tempted just to start a new tune whenever I take a long break, but we'll do this today and see how it feels. Oh man, auto attack. Oh yeah. Just auto attacking, baby. And we don't even need to press any buttons. There we go, there's some procs. Is this guy gonna run away? No, he's not gonna run. We just sit here and auto attack him down. Okay, 1 out of 20. And you know, the other thing, like, the other problem is like approaching a WoW expansion, having this idea of like, oh, you know, like you got a raid, how are you gonna get into raids, what are you gonna do at endgame, all that stuff is like very draining. You know, I originally thought I was gonna raid on a dwarf rogue on the EU servers. That didn't work out for a lot of reasons. Like a lot of it was like my schedule wasn't gonna allow it. And that was like pretty detrimental. And then just the idea, like I don't really want to do raids. I don't really want to do raids. So you have to find a way when you're playing classic to be content with like leveling characters, and then you know you could do some 5-mans, but not unless you're a tank. If you're a tank, you can do some 5-mans. This guy's gonna come back eventually. We don't have any mana. I'm blowing through mana. I kind of remember that on this character, we were just kind of blowing through mana. That's why we have to rely on our auto attack. Luckily, I have lots of water. So yeah, I guess like, you know, for me playing classic, I have to just really get into the journey. The journey is really all that there is for me in classic right now. Like obviously we do 5-mans, but I don't want to raid. I don't know what it would take. The climate will probably never be right for me to raid. I'd have to like, no, there's not really a situation where it would work. Because I don't think I really want to. I like 5-man stuff, and I like solo stuff. You know, the time that I had fun raiding recently, the only time in recent history, so basically, since Cataclysm, let's say. Because, you know, back in the day, I'm talking like original Cataclysm. Back in like original Wrath and original Cata, I loved raiding. I had an awesome guild, I had a real life friend who I played with, and because I had people that I liked and people who were my friends and we were playing together, it was a lot of fun. And besides that, the only time in recent history that I've enjoyed raiding was actually the last phases of Season of Discovery. Once Season of Discovery was basically winding down and we were in the final phases of it, the raids were fun. I had fun going through the content with Mitos's guild. That was a lot of fun. But it was a lot of fun because it just happened to work perfectly with like what I was doing. You know, it worked perfectly with my schedule. There were tons of people in Season of Discovery who were doing the raids. You know, it was always easy to like get into a pug raid or put a pug raid together pretty quickly. And so like that was fun. But anything where it has to be like super scheduled, super like ordered and controlled, you got to sign up on the raid list and you got to be there at a certain time, and anything on a schedule like that, I just don't really care for anymore. I like kind of like the spontaneity of like, okay, we're on, like who's on, let's get a pug together and let's try to do this raid. It's a lot more fun to do it organically than to think like, okay, at this time on this day I have to be online and ready. I don't respond well to that kind of structure in my video games, I guess you could say. Does anybody know like how the game is doing overall as far as like player base? Are there still lots of people playing? Or have some of the community problems forced people away? Because all I keep seeing is like how there are no tanks and all that stuff. It seems like it might be like not a good environment for people. Is my basement staying dry? No. It looks behind him at the leaky water draining on the floor. No, not really. Thankfully, my basement is only partially finished, so like the floors are still concrete. And I don't have anything touching the floor that can be damaged. So there's nothing that can mold, there's no carpet or jute or anything like that. And so if it gets bad, what I do is I have a shop vac, I have a wet vac. And I will wet vac the water up. I will carry the fucking 6-gallon thing up the stairs, out into the yard, dump it. I will carry it back down. I will wet vac the water up. I will carry the 6 gallons up the stairs, out in the yard, and I will dump it. And if it gets bad, I will do that as many times as it takes for it to get relatively dry. You know what also helps if you have a small leak in your basement, like not like a severe leak, but just like leakiness? Dog pee pads. They sell these pee pads for dogs. And obviously they're meant to be very absorbent. And I have found that if you get like extra large dog pee pads and you make kind of like a barricade of them, that works really well to sop up some leaky moisture. Then you can just pick them up and toss them out. So no, we're not staying completely dry, but it could be worse. You know, the only time it's been really bad is when like the sewage system of the city flooded once and then water came back up our drain. If the water comes back up our drain, like we're effed. Thankfully, the city did a lot of work last year to stop that from happening. So all I have now is like leakiness from a cracked foundation, which, you know, we can usually deal with. Better, yeah, the pee pads are better than towels. I used to use towels, and oh man, that's just a nightmare. You end up throwing out towels, basically. You know, that's more expensive. The pee pads work so much better. We had our small dog like right when we like started to notice the leaking, so we had pee pads on hand, and I was like, I wonder if and like, oh yes, these work really well. It sounds silly, but it actually works. So yeah, we're just hoping that you know, luckily we're not getting as much rain as they forecast already. They were forecasting a ton of rain, and we've gotten enough for some small leaks. Right now, TBC is like the Phase 2 waiting room. People are raid logging once a week. Yeah, that's right, because Phase 2 is kind of late, isn't it? Shouldn't Phase 2, like they said TBC was going to have like an accelerated release schedule, so I kind of figured that Phase 2 would be out already. It doesn't affect me, you know what I mean? Like as a non-raider, like literally doesn't affect me at all. But it could definitely affect me in the way that like if there's not a lot of people playing in the community, it could be affecting me. Lael, good afternoon, man. And thanks for being here. $13 out of 20. The raids were too easy. Everyone could be able to clear it and have their gear already. Yeah, I mean, this is what difficulty modes are for. Because listen, depending on who you are, a thing at a set difficulty is always either going to be too easy or too hard for you. Like, it's just going to come to seem that way. If there's only one difficulty, it's always going to come to seem like it's either too easy for you or too hard for you. And so that's what difficulty modes exist for. Just there needs to be difficulty modes on stuff like that, so that when it gets too easy, you can up the difficulty and you can get better rewards. You know, it's obvious. And it wouldn't take a lot of work to put something like that into Classic. You know, we're not talking about a ton of work to put different raid difficulties, and they'd have to do some testing. You know, obviously human beings would have to test the fights. But they could put heroic or in mythic modes. And it could be the same gear, but it can have a higher item level and better stats. And they could do things like that, and it would improve the quality of the game for most people. But they don't do it, so, you know. But again, I think it suits them just fine when people reach the end of a tier and they stop playing. Because when people reach the end of a tier in Classic and they stop playing, what do you think a lot of them do? I think a lot of them go and they play retail. Which suits Blizzard just fine. In fact, that's probably what they would prefer. They'd probably prefer all those people be playing retail anyway. You've seen a lot of posts on people trying to hype Season of Discovery as Classic Plus waiting room. Oh god, well Season of Discovery is dead. Season of Discovery is dead, and this might be the Classic Plus waiting room. I think Anniversary Realms might become the Classic Plus waiting room. What is my little exclamation mark here? Oh, it's like I gotta find like a robot thing. I don't care about that. Yeah, they could do the Heroic Plus dungeons. They had the Alpha, Beta, and they were the Alpha, Beta, and Gamma protocols. So Heroic Plus, Heroic Plus Plus, and Heroic Plus Plus Plus. And they did the same thing with Kata, and they did the same thing with Mop. And it's a great idea. At least that gives you 5-man progression. But I feel like they also need to have something for Raiders. Like, they need to do the same thing for Raiders. Because if Raiders are clearing the content and it's too easy, like, well, let them crank up the difficulty. Let them make it harder and give them better loot for it. You know, you might have to put a little bit of work in. I don't know. You know, we'll get a Classic announcement. I think they said September. That's when BlizzCon is, right? This year it's in September or something. And supposedly we're gonna get a Classic announcement then. But I'm kind of starting to feel like it's going to be another seasonal thing. And I don't know if it's going to be like a full-blown like Classic Plus just yet. I don't know when they would have been working on Classic Plus, like with everything else they've got going on. And the fact that the Classic team doesn't really have any developers. When you're making something like Classic Plus, you need developers. Like, you need people to write new quests, you need people to design new areas, like, you need to do a lot more work than just doing something like a new Season of Discovery. So I think we're gonna get one more test season before we see any kind of like finished Classic Plus product. Oh no, yeah, you'll never get the same feeling anyway. You won't get the same feeling anyway, but like and this is what I found out when I played Turtle WoW for a little bit, like months and months and months ago. You don't necessarily get the same feeling, but it's a really cool feeling to be playing Classic WoW and to suddenly be in an area you've never seen before. Like, as a 20+ year player, there is a very special feeling involved when you're playing Classic and it looks like Classic and it plays like Classic, and suddenly you're seeing zones and quests and areas that you've never seen. You do have that feeling. It's not the same feeling that, like, for me, like 19-year-old me had when I first started playing the game, but it is still a pretty freaking amazing feeling. More so for the fact I'm like, I've played this game for 20 years and suddenly there's new stuff in it. what? Like, it's kind of very unique. So, I mean, I liked it. Like, when I saw new, even like the Turtle WoW stuff was like fan fiction, right? But even that stuff was good. It was like, oh wow, I'm seeing like new stuff and it's classic. You know, the high, that's specifically what I'm talking about. It's like the high elf starting zone. Like, stuff like that was amazing. So if Blizzard does stuff like that, I think it'll give people the feelings they want to have. Because I think a lot of people, they just want to play classic. Which means like the systems, the vibe, the pacing. But we want to see new zones. We want to see new content. Like, we want to like look ahead and say like, okay, I'm going to keep playing classic. And there's going to be new stuff coming. Like, if I keep playing, just like with retail, I keep playing, there's new stuff. I get to see new stuff. You know, whether it's every 2 years or every other year, like whatever it is, right? And I think that's like the important part. Like, it's not even necessarily about chasing nostalgia. It's just about seeing new. Like, seeing new within this game, within this version of the game. Not having to go to like Wrath of the Lich King, or not having to progress forward, but getting brand new zones, brand new content, like class changes and all that stuff. And I think that's really the only way to do a real Classic Plus. You know, not do exactly what Turtle WoW did, but with some of the same principles. Expand existing zones, create new zones, push content forward, make class changes, all the stuff you would do with a video game. But just, you don't need to take the systems in a direction like they did, you know? Alright, we also have a named guy to go after. He must be over in the other burrow. Let's go see if we can find him. There's a new race-locked hardcore classic challenge that's kind of fun going on the Skull Rock realm. The Skull Rock realm. Skull Rock was one of the... Was that like the original hardcore server they opened up? That's not even like the anniversary hardcore servers. That was like one of the original hardcore servers, wasn't it? Skull Rock was where I did my Horde stuff back when official hardcore first came out. What is it? What does race locked mean? What does that mean? You think that no matter what Blizz does with Classic Plus, it'll end up dead in a year? And people will ask again for some other fresh? I think as long as they're putting out good content and they're gonna put out like expansions for it, I think people will be pretty happy. What does race locked mean? Like everybody has to be forsaken? Oh, like if you are a gnome, you can only group with gnomes. That's called racism. Like we already have a word for that, and it was all bad. Like we did all that in real life. That's called racism and segregation. Like I don't understand why that's good. Race locked. Like how strange is that? Like, oh god, people are desperate. People are desperate for like ways to make shit interesting. Oh god, like, oh, what do we do? Okay, we make it like everybody in Azeroth is a complete racist. We don't even want to associate with our factions anymore. We're only gonna associate with our races. Like, I don't know if I can get behind that. That has some like weird undercurrent messages to it that I just don't really care for. Everyone is trying to avoid sounding racist. It's literally the definition of racism. There's no way around it. And it doesn't really seem to like, what is the gameplay motivation, or like what do you get out of this from like a gameplay perspective? Sure, it makes your life more difficult. I play most of my hardcore experience solo anyway. Like, yeah, sometimes we do dungeons. So what you're telling me is now, instead of it being like difficult to get a dungeon, it's gonna be impossible. You know what I mean? So like, instead of it being just hard to get a dungeon, you're looking for 4 other gnomes. It's like, well, tough luck. You're just not gonna do it. It seems like a really dumb thing. The ultra hardcore add-on was dumb, but at least it like added some kind of actual visceral elements to gameplay that players had to surmount. Saying that you're only gonna group with your own race just seems really, obviously it's just racist, and it just seems like a huge inconvenience that doesn't lend anything to the challenge of the gameplay itself. You know? Yeah, it's very weird. Maybe like continent locked. Like if you say, oh, we're continent locked. So like if you start in the Eastern Kingdoms, you got to stay in the Eastern Kingdoms. If you start in Durator, you got to stay in Durator. Like continent locked also sounds stupid, but at least it has some like, there's some gameplay merits to that, I suppose. But yeah, when stuff stops being fun, people will try to find a way to make it fun again. It doesn't mean they'll always succeed. And I think the race locked thing is a non-success. Oh man, I'm gonna get dismounted if I'm not careful here. Let's try to get to the road. If that's the most interesting thing going on in hardcore, then it's safe to say that hardcore is pretty dead right now, huh? Alright, I think after this we're gonna have to skip over to Tannerus and maybe work on some stuff there. What is this one? Wildkin. Travel to the hinterlands. Oh, this one takes place all the way over in the hinterlands. Okay. Interesting. Not sure when we're gonna get back over that way.
Peace, friend. Go in peace. Ancestors watch over you. Be careful. Goodbye. Farewell.
Zukosh reports. You've done doubly well in addressing the threat that the Zukrosh insects pose to Camp Mohaze. The threat these things pose is far from over, and I'd like to ask you for one last task on behalf of the Horde. Go to Orgrimmar. Okay.
Be careful.
We'll go to Orgrimmar eventually. You're glad I'm streaming again? Yeah. I mean, I like streaming, but I think, like, unfortunately, I worry that with me, streaming is always going to be, like, I don't want to say a seasonal thing, but it's, like, sprints. Like, sprints of streaming, and then sprints of not streaming. Sometimes I feel like I get, when I stream every single day, sometimes I feel like I get too wrapped up in things. And it's like, man, the way YouTube handles streaming, it sucks how YouTube handles streams, because like when you stream a lot on YouTube, it just hurts your channel. It just hurts your channel, like all your metrics go down and stuff. Your new discovery becomes like basically zero. If all you're doing is streaming, new people will never find your channel.
Peace,
and it creates this like negative feedback loop of emotions where like you get on, you have a great time streaming, it's really enjoyable, but then like over time you watch all of your channel numbers like go into the toilet, and so like it creates this like negative thing, which is like very like mentally and emotionally unhealthy, because you feel like, damn, like I'm getting on here every day, I'm having fun, I'm doing the grind, but like all my numbers are in the toilet. And it's like it's not sustainable, if that makes sense. So yeah, I like, so I don't know what it'll be. You know, I try to keep a, and then like you try to keep a balance. When you try to do a balance of like streams and recorded content, like that's okay for a little while, but then I gotta find the extra time. Suddenly I'm playing twice as much just to keep my metrics where they're at, you know? It's like, I can put out one recorded video every day, or I can stream for 5 hours every day and put out 3 videos every week, and then my stats will be the same. Like, 1 video a day, streaming every day for 4 hours, plus videos, and like, it's like there's like a problem here, right? There's a problem of like effort versus output, and after a while it just starts to drag you down, you know? That's, I wish it would, if YouTube treated the VODs better. The problem is, after a stream ends, it won't show up in anybody's feed, so there will be no new discovery on a VOD. You know, the people who show up for the VOD see the VOD, and then if you're a channel member, you're subscribed, or you have alerts on, then you'll see the VODs after they're done. But if you're not like part of the community yet, the VODs are never gonna show up in your feed. So it like shrinks channel discovery down to absolutely nothing. And that's all about the way that the YouTube algorithm, it doesn't push VODs. It doesn't push streams that have already happened to new people. And so like from a creator perspective, there's no way around it. There's nothing you can do about it. But yeah, I think especially like when it starts to have more daylight in the day, and as we get into summer break, I'll probably stream more. I like streaming in the summer because I don't have any other like commitments, you know, during the school year. This year's been really hard with my kid going back to in-person school and him having like a really tight schedule where I have to get up at 6 in the morning. I have to be in bed by like 9:30, and it's like I have all these things going on with him. And it kind of became impossible to stream every day for a while, like trying to adjust myself to this new schedule and like sort that out. In the summer, we'll probably stream a lot more, just because I have a lot more leeway with my time. I have more time to do things. Dave, welcome to the stream, buddy. And thanks for joining us today. Yeah, summer's always and then like breaks too. See, what happened last time I started to stream a lot, some of you guys might remember, it was like winter break. And originally I said, okay, we're gonna stream through winter break. I have like a week and a half we can stream. So we started streaming a bunch, and then winter break ended, and then I kept trying to stream every day. And I kept at it for a couple weeks, and then eventually I was like, yeah, like this is not working. Not working for the channel, not working with my schedule. And now I'm at a point where like there's always a couple days a week where my kid has activities after school. So instead of having to leave my house to go get him at like 2:30, I don't have to go get him until like 4:30. So it gives me, when he has after school activities, it gives me a couple more hours during the day where I can actually settle in for a stream. Whereas if I'm trying to go pick him up and I gotta leave here at like 2:20, you know, what can I do? I can stream from like 11 to 2. Alright. Level 49, man. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I need to... Do I need to go turn in some quests? That's not going to get me another level, even if I go back and I turn in like a bunch of quests. I feel like we're a little bit behind the leveling. And I wonder if there's anywhere I can go or anything I can do about that. It might be okay to go grab our dual spec now. Maybe we take a flight back to Org for now. We can go get our dual spec, and then maybe I can tank some ZF. Maybe we can do this. That's gonna be like kind of a long flight, I think, but not really any way around it. Alright, let's see what the flight time is like.
Loktar.
Oh, that's not bad. 5 minutes? Sure, why not? Where's my Hearthstone set, I wonder? Hearthstone is set back in Gadgekstan. Okay, let's go get dual spec. We'll set up like a tanking spec. We'll Hearth back. We'll pop ourselves in the queue for ZF and we'll go kill some ogres. I've heard there was a lack of tanks. So maybe we'll be able to find a group. Really sad about all of our professions. I think obviously I started to get into that mindset where like the dark portal was gonna open and I was like, oh damn, maybe we should try to get this character like leveled to get him through the portal, and like that didn't work, right? Like I busted my ass leveling, but we still didn't make it. And I left behind all of my professions, which feels incredibly bad in Classic. And I don't really know. I mean, I'd have to go back and do a bunch of mining. Ugh. Yeah. Didn't really have my priorities in the right spot. I should have realized there was no way this character was ever going to get through the portal on time in the first place. And maybe just focused on professions. That would have been smart. Oh, we have a quest that turns in all the way up in Ajara. Well, that's a little bit weird. And there's actually some stuff that's level 47 in Ajara. I wonder if we can actually do that stuff. This one's 53, this one's 53, 52. But these ones here at the border, those are level 47. That's ripe for us, like, right now. I mean, we could check those out. I need quests. I was kind of thinking, like, maybe before Phase 2 they would do a Joyous Journey buff. But I feel like they've kind of forgotten about that. A Joyous Journey buff would be amazing. How much does dual spec cost? Like 50 gold? We should be fine. I don't need gold for anything else. I have 87 gold. You know what? Yeah, we have to, man. Oh, we can't just go to Orgrimmar. This isn't retail, Robert. There's no trainers anywhere for you here. We have to get to Undercity. Oh, damn. This is more of a pain in the butt than I realized it was going to be at first. You can tell I haven't touched Classic in a while. There's no Paladin trainer in Orgrimmar, right? They never put a Paladin trainer here. Though, I mean, there are trainers, but is there a Paladin trainer? I don't know if there is. There wasn't initially, like, originally. I'll ask. Do you think there's one at Thrall? Oh, that would make sense. Let's double check. Class trainer. Oh, shit. Yeah, look at that. Nice. Very nice. Thank you. I was about to run myself over to Undercity. Is that new? Or were they always here? For some reason, like back in the day, I don't remember them being here, but maybe I just didn't know about it. And then we have a couple of quests we gotta turn in. One of them is in the Valley of Spirits, one of them is up here in the Cleft of Shadows. Well, where is this guy? Apparently he is up top. I don't think we need those shoulders, but let's take a look. No. I would say we can pass on those.
Baladash, Malanore. Remember the Sunwell.
50 gold. Okay. Alright, we'll worry about that in a second. Let's go get our other quests turned in. I gotta keep in mind those quests in Ajara. I don't think we're gonna do them right now, but I need to remember to do them at some point, because we can't really afford to leave any quests behind at this point. Let's get into the Valley of Spirits. We'll turn that one in, and then we will hearth back to Tannerus. We'll get our spec all sorted out, and then we'll pop ourselves in the queue for ZF.
Stay away from nothing. Be seeing.
All right. Let's see. How do we want to build this? We go 5 points into readout. Maybe increasing our chance to hit would be good. Let's do that. Let's do 2 points here for now. Shield spec for 3 points. Blessing of Kings we want. Raising our defense skill. I'm gonna blow through like so many points if I'm not careful here. Improved Hammer of Justice reduces the cooldown. That seems like a big nice to have, but I don't know that I need to spend the points on it. Increasing resistance to stun is also a nice to have, but I don't know if I need it. I feel like maybe armor bonus could be better. Defense skill. I'll keep putting points into defense skill here. We'll do another point here just to get us down into the next tier. Blessing of Sanctuary. Reducing damage dealt from all sources by up to 10 for 10 minutes. So this is what I want to put on myself. I need to grab this, I think. So I think I want that on me. Reckoning, 2% chance after being hit by any damaging attack, the next 4 weapon swings will generate an additional attack. I guess Reckoning seems good. Spell damage reduced seems really good. Let's take that. Sour Mouse, welcome to the stream, buddy. Thanks for being here today. I hope you're doing well. One-handed weapon spec, yep, we need that. Holy Shield. Instant cast, increased chance to block by 30% for 10 seconds, deals 59 holy damage for each attack blocked while active. Damage caused by Holy Shield causes 35% additional threat. Okay. You sold me at the additional threat. Combat expertise and stamina, okay. I like the stamina, not sure about the expertise. Oh man, I can't get down here yet. Yeah, we can't get there till we're level 50, right? Is that what I'm waiting for? Yeah, requires 40 points. Okay. I mean, obviously I want to get that as soon as I can, but we're not there yet. So we need to get a couple of things onto the bar. Do I want to have you know, I guess I don't know the answer to this. Is my action bar going to change when I change specs? Or should I set up a different bar for tanking? Kind of hoping it will flip-flop my ability bars, like, automatically. I just don't know if it does. So I don't have command anymore. And if I don't have command anymore, I guess we're going back to judging. Yeah, we want this one out. Okay. That's fine. A Blessing of Kings. Ooh, I'm like completely out of space on my bars here. I need like another action bar, I think. Where is it putting these other bars? Oh. Well, that's gross. Oh, look at that, I can change it. Okay. It's still gross, like, don't get me wrong. Ugh. Yeah, it's just gonna be gross, guys. I don't know what to do with it. Because I think I have to get... This one can stay... I need to put Wisdom over here. I need to put Kings over here. Sanctuary. Okay. Holy Shield? I don't know what I'm gonna do with that. I could put Holy Shield over here. That seems okay. Maybe that'll work. Okay. It will flip-flop. Okay, that's great. Good stuff. Let's go ahead and we will pop ourselves into the queue. Oh god, and let me guess. There are probably no healers either, are there? And I guess the other thing is, like, how much do you want to bet I have to be the one to put the group together? Have we entered a state where, like, yeah, like the tanks have to put the group together, right? I don't know if that's gonna, like, fly for me. Let's switch over back to... I'm gonna go kill some ogres for a bit while we sit in the queue, so let's switch back over to red for now. Okay, very nice. It does change our whole layout back to the way it was, which is great. Alright. Yeah, let's drink up and then we'll go. If I have to tank, somebody else should have to put the group together. That's just how I feel about it. I don't really want to put the group together. I guess I will if I have to. Like, if I see a healer pop in, then I'll put the group together, but I'm not gonna, like, waste my time spamming for healers. I would rather be out fighting stuff. Oh, there we go. Yeah, I got my bars down here. I don't know if I like this. I kind of like this for healing. I don't know if I need it down here for, like, normal play. I think I'm... I think I might move that back. Unless you guys like it down here for some reason, I might just move it back up here. Although if we were healing, this would be great. We still don't have a healer, so until we got heals, I'm gonna keep doing my thing. I feel like unless they're running away, The Hammer of Wrath just isn't worth the mana. If they're just standing there, it's like we're better off just to take the hits and melee them down than to throw the Hammer of Wrath, and it has a cast time anyway. It seems designed specifically just for runners. Alright, we have a healer. We've got 2 shaman, a hunter, a mage, and ourselves. This feels like a pretty decently balanced group. It's interesting to see 2 shaman. I wonder if our buddy here is a melee shami or a ranged shami. We are gonna head up to the entrance. And I'll switch specs and we'll see. Well, we did a little bit of tanking on this character back in like the Scarlet Monastery era. I think like what I remember is having mana issues, but you know, we have mana issues as Ret, just running around. So I guess mana issues are just gonna be par for the course. We'll just hope that the group will wait for us when we need it. We have a little quest here. I wonder if we can do this quest really fast. I think all I have to do is click this item and then run away very fast. And go! Go, 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 go. Okay, well. Oh, I'm just gonna run. Oh, you're not gonna make me fight you. I am gonna leash you. Got places to be. There we go. Okay, why can't I drag? Okay, there we go. Unlock. Yeah, unlock. Let's move this stuff over here then. That seems like a good place for it. And let's get into the instance. All right, wish me luck. I mean, it's fine. Oh man, we burned a bunch of mana. I can't play like this. I know I don't want it. I get that, like, maybe it makes it easier to see, like, listen, this isn't retail, it's not too hard to see the field, there's not a lot of spell effects obfuscating things. Like, if you can't find the tank, that's your problem. Please don't put a condom above my head. I don't want it, I didn't ask for it, I think it's rude to mark other players without asking them first. I'm not generating any threat, which is awesome. Oh boy, I wonder why nobody tanks in this game. Oh, it's strange. You'd think more people would. If you ever want to feel like you don't have any control over anything that happens, then play a tank. It's like you're supposed to be the one in control of the pulls, but it just seems like, you know, more and more you don't really have any control over it. I'm just gonna keep doing my thing. You might want to slap me with salve. I don't even know if I have salve. Do I have salvation? Blessing of freedom. Let's see. Blessing of freedom. Holy shield. Seal of I don't know if I have. Oh yeah, blessing of salvation. Who's asking for salve? That's the hunter. I'll give everybody salve if I need to. I'll give you get salve. You get salve. I'm giving them all the DPS get salve. Sorry guys. You know, it's just gonna have to be that way. Maybe that'll slow them down a bit too. Yeah, that feels a little bit better right away. We just have to put salve on all of the DPS, like at all times. They don't get to have other buffs, unless we have another Pally with us. Then they can have other buffs. Yeah, this is going okay. I like how this feels a lot more. That being said, we're still blowing through quite a bit of mana. Oh, we still need one of these scarab shells. Apparently we never finished that quest. I don't remember if we ran a bunch of ZF on this character or not. It's been too long for me to really recall. Is Righteous Fury up? You're darn right it's not. That could help me hold threat, couldn't it? Thank you. Listen, it's been a while since I played. I know, you'd think like 20 years of experience I would never forget these things, but I mean, come on. We all know that I forget the things. I don't want a star any more than I want a condom. There we go. Is it really that hard to keep track of where the tank is at in a 5-man dungeon in Classic WoW? I don't think that it is. Like, this is a 5-man dungeon in Classic WoW. It can't be that hard to keep track of where we're at, like where the group is at, where I'm heading. Like, it can't be that hard. There's no way that I need to be marked like that. Now, if we were like in a raid, maybe if we were in a raid, like a 40-man raid, then I would need a marker above my head, but not a 5-man. Not a 5-man that we've all done millions of times. It just seems silly. It's visually distracting to me, and I don't like it. Well, that's a cool bind when equip. Let's roll greed on that bad boy. And we got it. Not sure what I'm gonna do with that. So that is a one-handed axe with strength and stamina on it. I guess it's good for our next warrior. Whenever we do like a horde side warrior, we'll keep a hold of that bad boy. Or we could sell it. Maybe it'll sell. Seems like a pretty good one-hander. I don't know what the auction house or the economy's like anymore. David, your guild had a gnome warrior tank you were always losing track of. Yeah, no, I get it. If you're a gnome, then you're just like, you're very little. That kind of makes a certain sense. Alright, time to get some mana back. How does Classic feel after having played retail for some weeks? Yeah, I mean, it was about like a 2-month break from Classic. During that time, I basically exclusively played retail. It just, I always come back to this idea, it's like playing a different game entirely. It just feels like I took a break from one game to go play a different game, and now I'm playing this game again. So like, I don't know if there's any direct comparisons that need to be made. The only direct comparison that occurs to me right now is like usually after about 35 minutes of playing retail, my hands start to hurt because I'm 42 years old. And it's probably amazing that I don't have some like advanced form of like carpal tunnel with like all the typing that I've done and all the gaming that I've done, but like my hands start to get stiff even on the Paladin in retail, which is like one of the lower intensity buttons per minute. Like if we're talking about buttons per minute, like Ret Pally, the way I have it spec'd in retail is like a low amount, but it's still a lot for me. So it feels nice to be able to rely on my auto attack a bit, because you know that way by the end of the session my hand's not gonna hurt. That's the only like immediate difference that's like impactful. The mana thing always turns you off after a while in Classic. Sometimes in retail I get sick of seeing my mana bar though and knowing that it doesn't really do anything. You know, but I get what you mean. Yeah, I like not having to constantly pound keys though. It's a nice reprieve. But again, that's like old person problems. I'm probably clearing more than this group wants to clear. I realize we're clearing like some superfluous groups. They've got an ad back there I didn't notice. I'm sure between the hunter pet and the shaman they'll take care of it. Your retail fire mage, you have down to 4 or 5 keyboard presses. Oh yeah, like casters are a little bit better in that regard, right? Like even on my warlock, it's nice to be able to push a button, have a cast bar going, like, and have a second before I have to hit another button. So that's a good point. It's like on a pure casting class, you're probably gonna be able to get it down to like less button pressing per minute. Whereas on a melee class where everything is instant and you have so many buttons to push at all times, like your buttons per minute are like through the roof. So yeah, like maybe but the problem for me is like for some reason, especially in retail, it's harder for me to get into the combat of ranged classes. I don't know why. Like I like the warlock and everything, but the shaman is much more fun. You know, the button push, even though the button pushing is more arduous, it just feels, you know, it feels more immersive. I remember liking the Frost Mage a lot back in Dragonflight, like Season 2 or Season 3 of Dragonflight. Frost Mage was a lot of fun. I haven't touched it since then. I feel like I need mana. Yeah, well, that was not a good place to stop and drink, obviously. Yeah, it could be that. Casters lack AoE for open world, making melee classes more enjoyable. Yeah. Like, the way you deal with encounters in the open world is it feels smoother, right? I don't, that's not even right, but it's like, it's hard to quantify. But when you're playing retail in the open world, like you're leveling up, melee classes tend to feel better and smoother, like, and I don't know why. It could be the AoE thing. Like, there's ways to spec into more AoE on any spec. Like, you can go hard into AoE. Let's see. We have somebody who needs some of these. Like, I'll kill some of them, assuming that the group wants to do that. Yeah, it's just different pacing between like casting and melee. I think the melee is a lot faster paced. Buffalo Bill, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. That is incredibly generous of you, and I'm happy to see you here today. Thanks for joining us. You're not a retail fan. No, I get it, man. Never apologize for stuff like that. I totally get it. I definitely understand that, like, some of you guys are down for some retail and some of you guys aren't. Like, I completely understand. You know, because I go through phases where, like, I've gone through plenty of phases where I haven't enjoyed retail, so I get it. It's definitely a different game. Oh, and for some reason my my gold tracker's not working. That's disappointing. I wonder why that's not working today. I just set that gold tracker up yesterday. I'm like, okay, let's get this going, and I got it all set up, and it's not working. I blame Streamlabs. Okay, gonna have to look into that. Very strange. Streamlabs can be a pain. Yeah, I had a heck of a time yesterday getting it to where I thought it was working properly. But apparently I didn't. Apparently I didn't get it to where it was working properly. I need an item for the scarabs. That's why we're killing them. I need one of their items, and I have somebody else in my group that needs 4 of them. So I like, see, I just got my last one. So there's definitely a reason to kill these. We have people with quest. Namely, we have me, and I think the mage. Oh no! See, now a couple people have it. Now I guess we might have shared it over to the shaman now. So now we need him. We're just gonna clear the room and see if we can get everybody their quest items. Buffalo Bill, you waited to 60 to go to Outland? That's awesome. I always go there right at 58. As soon as I hit 58, I'm like through the dark portal so fast. I always think like maybe I should hang out in Azeroth a bit more to kind of like get ahead of the curve, but like the allure of all the upgrades and stuff that are waiting for me in Outland always proves too great, and I always go there right away at 58. See, now everybody has the quest. Yeah, let's just clear the whole room anyway. One day we will see Outland again. I don't know when that will be, but eventually we'll see it again. I gotta go ahead and get some mana back here. I'm still kind of holding out hope that they'll put the LFG, like the automated LFG, into TBC. I've seen a bit of chatter about that online. And I'd really like them to do it, because I would like to do some dungeons, like Skullament sounds cool and stuff like that, but for me it's always hard to like get into groups without the LFG, especially when it comes to some of those later dungeons. You know, they're having a tanking problem. So like the great thing about the LFG is that you can offer bonus rewards to certain roles. So if you are a tank, they can offer you extra gold, they can offer you extra loot bags, they can do a lot of stuff to incentivize people to group up when they have the automated LFG. When they don't have the automated LFG, there's no way to incentivize people to tank or heal. And that's where you end up in a community situation where tanks are like charging people money to heal their runs. I can't imagine like getting into a group as a tank and then telling them to pay me. Like I would feel like such a fucking tool if I did that, you know? He dropped the vice grips of the eagle, or oh, that's of the eagle. I say we have the vice grips of the bear. I didn't realize there was variance to what he dropped. Apparently he can drop of the eagle or of the bear. Either way, I think I'm good with what I have. So we'll just roll green on it. Healers are charging for heals too? No, no way. Oh man. I feel like as a game developer, when you see the community devolve into like behaviors like that, that's the time to take an action. And the fix is easy. Like LFG fixes those problems. Because then like the healers and tanks can get paid, but they shouldn't get paid gold by players. They should get paid gold by Blizzard. Like through the LFG, they should offer that bonus like 15 gold, 10 gold, whatever the going rate currently is. Like just put the LFG into the game and incentivize those people with extra gold, extra loot. Like players shouldn't have to pay the tax because the community's not balanced. The developers need to find a way to balance the game out. And the solution in this case is really easy. You know, but they would need to have developers working on Classic who cared in order to do that, and they'd have to be people with the ability to make choices. And you know, Classic doesn't have that. We don't have a development team who works on Classic who has the ability to decide stuff, who has the ability to like take action on things. We have like 2 people working on Classic, and like they work on Classic by kind of watching it. It's like Classic for them is their third monitor content. You know, they probably have other jobs they're working on for retail. And then on their third monitor, they're doing like some Classic crap. It's like way off in their periphery, right? I don't know why this guy's going back here. Very weird. He's like he's running way back there. We're gonna go this way. They're back there just fighting stuff. I wonder what they're doing back there. Maybe they're fighting scarabs. The housing dev team has over 100 people working on it, you bet? I don't know. It's so that'd be way too many people. Firstly, no doubt they're bloated. With housing being a new thing they just started, they probably way overloaded the team on the front end, and then after this first year, they're gonna fire half of those people, right? So right now, let's say right now there's 100 devs working on housing. After this year, they'll fire half of them. Once they get the baseline all set up and everything, which I feel like they have a pretty good base now to work from, all those people are going to get fired. And that's not going to result in Classic getting any more developers, unfortunately. I've said it before, the only way Classic gets more developers is if they come up with a version of Classic that can make them money. You're never... Ooh, do we want to pop graves? I think we do. you're never going to have classic developers who are working on classic at all, like, unless you can make money off of it. It's just the way that it is. So they have to monetize it in some way. You know, monetization could be a WoW token. Monetization is probably a WoW token, honestly. WoW token and maybe like a cash shop. Next week's patch had over 300 items being added to housing. It's crazy, man. Like, I haven't touched housing since I returned to retail, and I've been playing lots of retail. I haven't touched housing, and I have no plans to. And so, yeah, to me, it's crazy that there's this whole part of the game that's getting a lot of development that I don't want to interact with at all and don't care about at all. It's kind of a bummer, right? Unfortunately, and I'll say this, it kind of sucks, but if we ever do see a Classic Plus product, they're probably going to put housing in Classic Plus. Because apparently that's, you know, that's a thing people want. And then you'll have the same problem. There will be a lot of developers working on housing, and maybe not so many developers working on other parts of the game. Yeah, see, aren't they adding housing to Classic Plus? I don't know where people heard that, but I've heard that, yeah, on the internet. We don't know anything about what they're doing yet in reality, but it seems like if you have this thing that can make you untold amounts of money, then of course you're gonna do it. Like, well, of course you are. If you're a corporation and you have this gimmick in your game that can just make you loads of money, then you're gonna do it. And so if they put housing into Classic Plus, there's gonna be a cash shop. Because, you know, you gotta have your, whatever the housing currency is, you gotta have that currency in the game. And then you can really start to make money. You can have your low-res classic house and your high-res retail house, and, like, I don't know why you want either of these things, but, you know, people do. Well, that was maybe a bit more than I wanted to pop at once. I also need to put Salve back up on everybody. Kind of noticed that, like, you know, my buffs fell off like 20 minutes ago, and I have not re-upped them yet. Alright, let's rebuff. You get salve, you get salve, you get salve, you get wisdom. Yeah, I always forget the buffs. When they're 10-minute buffs, I just forget. I like what Season of Discovery did, where we could eventually unlock, like, the 30-minute buffs. 30-minute buffs are amazing. You keep expecting them to start selling condos in capital cities, yeah. Oh, I've always thought, like, I would love to have a Stormwind apartment with a view that looks out onto the Mage Quarter, because the Mage Quarter is actually quite pretty. Now, that would not get me into housing, but, like, like, if I were a person that liked housing, I would want a Stormwind downtown apartment. Absolutely. The fact that you can't have things like that is kind of crazy. So, like, you have these things called capital cities, right? And these are your racial cities, your faction cities. And you can't have a player house inside your capital city? What? you have to have a house in, like, these phony, like, suburb neighborhoods they made up. Like, you can't even have a house, like, in a place that actually canonically exists in the game. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you can't go really, like, live in Duratar outside of Razor Hill. You can't live in Mulgore, like, somewhere near Bloodhoof Village. Like, you can't live in Thunderbluff. Like, you can't live in any canonical place. Like, it kind of defeats the point for me. Like, I don't need to live in, like, a made-up fantasy neighborhood inside of a fantasy game. Like, I just want to play the game, but if I was gonna have a house, I'd like it to be able to be a house, like, somewhere canonically, like, in the world. When does Phase 2 and TBC begin? I have no idea, and I don't think the developers know. Because we were supposed to have a very like quick cadence to TBC content, so I think technically phase 2 should already be out, like technically, but it's not out, and so I think that the developers just kind of forgot, like they've been busy making housing items, you know. Too busy making housing items for retail. Eventually they'll get to it. Eventually someone will be like, oh yeah, hey guys, you remember TBC? And they'll be like, oh yeah, shit, somebody pulled the trigger on that. And they'll get it out eventually. Eventually, soon, TM. Soon with a capital S. That's when phase 2 will come out. Wrath was your favorite expansion? We'll probably get Anniversary Wrath. If when they remember to come back to Classic and start progressing us through the phases, eventually we will get Wrath of the Lich King. If Wrath doesn't launch with the looking for group tool, like, I don't know. If they make us wait until the end of Wrath of the Lich King again to put the LFG into the game, I don't know what I'm gonna do. Probably just lose my marbles. Where are all the zombies? Well, that was pretty good. I left some. Let's go clear these ones. This guy wants to clear. He's obviously happy that I'm popping all these. So let's just keep it up. This is the kind of group I like. When I can go pop all the graves and like nobody bitches about it. I like that. I mean, you already have like the custom neighborhoods, like private neighborhoods and stuff. Those are already basically like HOAs. I'm sure there are some neighborhoods that only want like a certain kind of architecture and stuff like that. I'm positive that must exist, like community made neighborhoods where they say like, okay, this is like a blood elf neighborhood or this is an orc neighborhood. Those things have to be real already. Or they only want you to have certain things, like your house has to look a certain way and be a certain way. I'm sure that has to be a thing, like within individual communities. You get kicked out if you don't have like the proper outside house. Am I gonna get this character to max level and do Kara? I don't really have any plans to raid. This is something that I talked about earlier. Like, trying to think of myself as a raider is one of the reasons why I burn out on this game. Because, like, in my heart of hearts, I don't really care much about raiding if I don't have, like, just, you know... Basically, like, back in the day I had an amazing guild. We were all friends. I had my real life friend in the guild. And, like, that is what made raiding fun. What made raiding fun was not just like progressing the character or getting the loot. It was that I had a group of online friends, like we were all buddies and we would get out and play together, and those are the people that I raided with. I got to know everybody fairly well. Back then I was just a person like playing the game. I didn't have to like worry about anything else. And that lasted for like 5 or 6 years, like through like 3 or 4 expansions, and you know, I don't have that group anymore. And I don't really think I'm interested in raiding without that kind of situation. I have not, like, you know, the time I've had fun raiding is when it was spontaneous. So like Season of Discovery, we did a bunch of raids that were just like pug raids, middle of the day my time, and that was a lot of fun because it wasn't like planning to get online with a group of strangers at a certain time, having to sign up for the raid in Discord and all that crap. Like, I just don't have a big interest in it. And like when I try to push myself towards raiding in Classic, I burn out. That's what happened with this character. I thought like, oh, I gotta raid, you know, I gotta get to max level, we gotta do some raids, and then like I was like, nah, like I don't even want to push myself for it. And so that's kind of where I'm at. Like I'm not a raider right now. Like I might never be a raider again. And you know, like what would make me want to raid? What was really fun in Season of Discovery was seeing like stuff I hadn't seen before. Like seeing some stuff I hadn't seen before and doing it kind of in a spontaneous way. That was fun. But like the whole like working on a schedule, being there at a certain time, signing up beforehand, like for some reason it just makes me lose interest. Especially when I'm not playing with a group of friends. When I'm just gonna raid in a guild where I don't know anybody in the guild, I don't associate with anybody in the guild. I'm just showing up to take loot from people, basically. You know. Yeah, the raid times didn't work, and like every time I think a raid time is gonna work, it doesn't really work. Like this time around, I thought I was gonna raid during the middle of the day my time. I was gonna do that on the EU servers. So like on the EU server, it would be, you know, it would be prime time, and it would be middle of the day for me. My son's schedule changed. I had to change my schedule to accommodate that, and it became obvious like that time wasn't going to work out, you know? And like failing that, if I want to raid on US realms, then I have to raid in the evening, which means I have to go through my entire day, get through my work day, get through my day at home with my family, and then I have to have the energy to get on the game again at like 7 o'clock at night, and I have to be able to raid from like 7 to 9 or 10. Like, I'm an old person, and right now I wake up really freaking early. I have to be up at like 6 o'clock in the morning every single weekday. So like, I'm in bed by 9:45. And if I'm not in bed by 9:45, I'm gonna regret it the next day. And so like, yeah, it doesn't fit into my schedule right now, and I don't have like the group of people that I want to raid with. So I'm not gonna worry about it. Like, for me, I think Classic will always be about the journey. And you know, if we can do 5-man stuff, like 5-mans are fine, and that like how long we can do 5-mans and how much 5-mans we can do depends on Blizz. Like, are they gonna put heroic plus stuff in like they did in Wrath of the Lich King, where we had like the heroic plus, and then we had like alpha, gamma, beta protocol? If they do stuff like that, then I can do a lot of 5-mans. If they don't do stuff like that, then it very much limits what we can do at endgame. But I have to just think about it like it's a leveling journey. It's just for the fun of the journey. There's nothing waiting. There's no pot of gold waiting at the end of it all. I am a frog, I'm a frog, I'm a frog, I'm a frog, I'm a frog. Can't tank as a frog. Can't tank as a frog. I would say something to the group, but listen, we've all been in ZF before. We all know that the tank gets frogged, like we all know this. There's no reason for me to bring it up. We did lose somebody though. We lost our DPS Shami, got murdered during all that. Can't tank without Righteous Fury. Hey, I can tank without Righteous Fury, and I did it for the first 10 minutes of the instance. Tell me what I can and can't do, I'll show you. No, you're right, I should, I have to re-up all of my buffs, so we'll put Righteous Fury up. And then I have to salve everybody. You know, salvation works too, there we go. And let's put Sanctuary back on us. What do we got here? Binds when picked up, held in offhand. Binds when picked up. Did we kill a rare? We must have killed a rare if this is binds when picked up. Okay, we got Salve going, we've got Righteous Fury going, we should be good now. Oh, nice. It looks like the mage could use that, so that's nice. It's nice when stuff drops that people can use. Are there add-ons that will let you know the time on the buffs? I'm sure there are add-ons that would, like, yell at me, you know, when my buffs fall off. Absolutely. Like, Pally Power would probably help me manage my, my blessings, and they'd probably tell me like when my blessings are up and stuff like that. Like, there are solutions to my problems, you know.
Let the execution begin.
All right, let our favorite event begin. Looks like the hunter got the key. The hunter's not moving. There we go. Let's try to get some mana back here really fast. There we go. We got a little bit of mana back. It's not gonna get us too far. I'm an introvert. I like doing things on my own and controlling the situation as I see fit. Yeah, I mean, sure. Like, that's... yeah, why not? I think it's just more of the fact, like, I just don't enjoy raids with strangers. Yeah, like I don't enjoy planning a raid with strangers. Like, if I'm gonna do a raid with strangers, I just want it to be spontaneous in the middle of the day. I don't have any reason to, like, schedule something, sign up for something, and show up to a raid that's, like, just full of a bunch of people I don't know. Because then I feel like they all know each other and stuff, they hang out in guild chat, they, like, buddy up in Discord, and then, like, I'm just a person that shows up and takes loot. And I don't really like that. So it would take the right kind of social environment, but I don't seek that kind of social environment because I don't need it. But it's fine, everybody can play the game their own way. You know, and I did my time as a raider. I had many years of raiding content. You know, from Wrath of the Lich King all the way through BFA, I raided content. Had a lot of fun, really enjoyed my time with the people that I played with. And so for me, it's okay if that part of my life is over for now, that's okay. I had those experiences, I had great times, it was a lot of fun. And I don't do that anymore, and that's fine. Maybe I can sneak some water in here. There we go. Daddy needs a little bit of mana. Let's go. I would have loved to, like, rebuff everybody here before we started this fight. Maybe I'll get to rebuff everybody before we fight the... Oh god. What have we done? Okay. I mean, I guess we're fine. We're probably okay. Looks good. Looked a little sketchy at first. Let's go ahead and get our mana back, and then we will try to buff back up. And we're fine. We're all fine here. A small reactor leak. All right. All right, we're ready. Let's do it.
Need something? See you around.
How are ya?
I got stunned. This jerk. Oh, nice. I didn't realize we still had a quest item to get out of here. So that's cool. We've actually completed 2 quests while we were here. We got our last Scarab piece, and now we got the Divinomatic Rod. That guy's gonna do his thing. I don't think we have to worry about him. Let's go this way. Nobody has the mallet anyway. So we can clear back in that other direction for the Hydromancer lady, but besides that, there's really nothing we need. Well, there we go. That's level 49. We could put a talent point. Let's do one more point in combat expertise. There we go.
This desert is mine.
You want to see all of my alts? No, it's impossible. I'm an altaholic. And I've been playing Classic since it came out in 2019, so like it would... One time I tried to go through my characters, like I went back through my playlist and I tried to make a written list of all the characters that I had played. And then I ran out of paper in the notebook. It was like 40 characters, and I was like, "Oh God, I have a problem." And then instead of like acknowledging the problem beyond that or dealing with it in any way, I just crumbled up all the paper and stopped. I stopped counting. So Of being rolled for. Did I roll for it? I don't think I got to roll for that. Oh, I can't. God, Robert, you're blind. I need to move that. I wonder if there's a way to move where my loot pops up. Nothing like really obvious. I feel like there are some elements of the UI that it would be really nice to be able to move it, and you can't move it. And the loot window is one of those things. I'd like to move the loot window. Do I ever go back to characters that I max out? What typically happens is, like, you know, I might max a character for a certain expansion. Like, we had a character we played in Wrath, we had characters that we played in Kata, we had characters that we played in Mop, and, you know, once I play that character, that's usually it. Like, if I stop playing that character, it's typically because I'm, like, kind of done with the expansion. And I typically don't go back. I couldn't make the jump. I didn't make my jump, so we're going around the long way. Maybe my group will jump down and join me. I don't know. There hasn't really been one character that I've taken through multiple expansions, I guess. I'm too wishy-washy to pick one character and stick with it. Talon, I did the same thing with my retail alts. Yeah, I looked through my long list of characters in retail and I was like, oh no. And I blew like all of them out. I even ones that we had leveled a ton of characters in the War Within pre-patch event. I deleted all those stupid characters. They were all like level 70 or whatever. I blew everything off my retail account. It was disgusting, like how many characters there were that like I was never gonna touch again. Like, oof. I think I'll wait a second here and just grab the Hydromancer. Without the group of 5. Although if we all run in here, we're gonna pull that group anyway. No? Okay, okay. Very nice. There's the second tablet. Oh, we had a lot of quests in here that I didn't really realize that we had. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's not good. Oh, wait. Oh, at first they didn't all pull. Oh, that was really weird. At first we only pulled part of that group. Obviously, then we pulled all of them. Let's take care of these totems before they just, like, annihilate us. Oh, God. Look at all the totems. It's very bad. I am a frog. I'm a frog. I'm a frog. I hope nobody gets killed while I'm a frog. It looks like everybody might get killed while I'm a frog. Oh yeah. You can't tank 7 mobs when you're a frog. Oh god. Whee! That's a fun way to end things, I think. Oh. Well. Well, well, well. Yeah, we just learned that frogs don't make good tanks. I think we're done here, though. But I mean, we could be done. If they want to be done, we could be done. You know, we don't have a mallet. So all we... Okay, we've lost the healer. That solves that. We lost the healer, so that answers that question. Let's go back and get our corpse. Oh, that's not the right way. That's fine. We got a lot of the questing done. I don't know where they all turn in at. One of them turns in here in town, but we have 2 more that I just, I'm not sure where those go, but I guess we'll find out. Talon, you had tunes from Mop Remix that never saw the real world. I have a Eridar Draenei Death Knight, I think, who is technically never seen the real world. I don't remember what level she was, but yeah, she never came out of the remix. You know, and I did Legion remix for like 1 day, and like that was lame. And then those characters just kind of lived in Legion remix. The remix events, like, for whatever reason, they just don't really appeal to me. I don't know if our healer had a dispel for that. Did they? Do shamans have a way to dispel the frog effect? I don't know if they do. You would hope that like any healer would, but in Classic, not all healers are created equal. But he definitely never dispelled me a single time through the run, so if he did have a button to do it, he doesn't know about that button. And I'm not going to be the one to tell him how to play his class. That is too much effort for me, and it doesn't always solve the problems. It sometimes just creates more problems. But I have a feeling that Shaman don't have a button to do that. Alright, so what do we want to do? Let's just go back to the south and let's keep working on the ogres. And once we get that done, we'll go back and we'll turn everything in all at once. Level 49 kind of opens up a couple other quests. We can go down into Thistlesup Valley now. We can work on these guys. We might be able to do some other stuff back in Feralus that we were a bit too low for, so that's nice. I really need to get to level 50. That would open up a few more things. And then we can't forget that we have those handful of quests to do back in Ajara that were like level 47 quests. The Noggenfogger quest? I don't know if I've ever done that. Do we want to go back to our ret build, or do we want to see, like, I wonder how questing as prod is. Let's kill a couple of these guys as prod just for giggles. See what that feels like. Maybe we can round them up. See if we can do like 3 at a time. I don't know if this is gonna have any value or be any fun to do it this way, but we'll see. I mean, it seems okay, you know. But then we're gonna have to eat and drink. If we want to pull 3 at a time like that, that's great. We're gonna have to eat and drink after every time we pull. And we are going to have to remember to get some more water once we're back in town. We're down to 23 waters. Still have a ton of food we haven't been using. How do I find going from retail Paladin to classic Paladin? My hand doesn't hurt when playing the classic Pally. Whereas like on the retail Pally we got lots of buttons to hit. After about an hour and a half my hand starts to get stiff. Other than that, they're just different games. You know, to me, they're just kind of different characters in different games, and they're not even like closely related. It's hard to draw a real comparison, except for like obviously I have to press a lot less buttons here. Amy, thanks for stopping by the stream. My wife is in the Philippines for two more days. Well, 2 or 3 more days for me. It's been a long 12 days here without her. Prospect seems okay, but I think ideally it's better when we can round up at least 2 guys at once. 3 might even be the optimal amount. It's just not always possible to conveniently group up 3 guys at a time. Joyous Journeys experience buff just got announced, wait for it, for Mop Classic. WTF BBQ. Yeah, my response to that is WTF BBQ? What about TBC? If a version of the game could benefit in fun value from having Joyous Journey right now, it would be Burning Crusade. People are like kind of bored waiting for phase 2. Leveling a character still takes like 120 hours. Nobody cares about Mista Pandaria right now. And if you did care about Mista Pandaria, leveling up in Mista Pandaria is already a pretty expedient process. Excepting maybe the last 10 levels. Yeah, see, Drew says, I didn't think anyone was playing MoP. They're not. And a Joyous Journey buff is not going to get them to come back to MoP. However, a Joyous Journey buff in TBC would probably get a lot of people to play alts in TBC. I don't know, like... It's so hard to, like, to enjoy a game, but to be also so aware of, like, all of the missed opportunities that are fucking obvious to anybody who plays the game. Anybody who plays these games could tell you, like, oh, if you do this, you'll increase your player count. If you do a Joyous Journey, more people will play TBC. If you add the automated LFG to TBC, more tanks and healers will be around. People will have a better time. It sucks being on the end of things where, like, you can see that there are easy solutions to increase playership, but then Blizzard does something stupid like this. They add Joyous Journeys to Mista Pandaria. Guess what? Like, you might as well give up on Mista Pandaria. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. The people who do care, I mean, are playing it already. If you are having fun in MoP and you care about MoP, you're already playing it. You already have the characters you want. You don't need a Joyous Journey buff, and it's not going to bring people like me back to the game. But if you do that in TBC, there's lots of people that look at TBC and they're like, damn, you know, I would love to roll up another character. I would love to have an alt, but it takes so long to level up. I'm just not going to do it. I'm just not going to play. I'll go play something else. And so a Joyous Journey buff in TBC would actually help bring the numbers up. And it's obvious to anybody who plays these two versions of the game. But Blizzard can't see it. You know, they don't employ anybody who plays the fucking games. And so they're always in this situation where they're making decisions in the dark. It's almost like they're looking at data. Whatever they're looking at is nothing. They need to actually have some people who play the goddamn games consistently and who love the games. Then the people would know. They'd be like, oh, let's do, hey, let's do Joyous Journey for TBC. It's insane. Oh, God. Whatever. I mean, what's new, right? What's new? Classic WAD is where it's at. Oh, no. No, the problem is, like, I'm fairly sure we're not even gonna get a Classic WAD. So why worry about anything that's going on in Mista Pandaria? Like, there are currently no plans for WAD. It doesn't seem like they're gonna do WAD. And who wants it? You know, like, nobody wants it. People will play it, you know what I mean? Like, if they put out Warlords of Draenor Classic, you know, like, 12 people will go play it. Like, don't get me wrong. There's always gonna be an audience of some kind of player count, right? But if we're talking about, like, the overall Classic community, nobody in the Classic community cares about Warlords of Draenor Classic. Or would even want to see it. I think a lot of us didn't want to see Mista Pandaria Classic, and some of us didn't even want to see Cataclysm Classic. So, like, what's the point of working on, what's the point of working on this stuff? My son is text messaging me from upstairs. Send me the pictures, please. That's his message. He's like, send me the pictures. And I'm like, I know what pictures he's talking about. We went to the art museum yesterday and he found like a bunch of things he wanted to draw. And now he's like, send me the pictures, please. I'm like, okay. At least you said please, and at least I know what you're talking about. Let me send these to him really fast. I think that's all of them. There you go, bud. People will play and they will make money on boost. Yeah, that's right. I honestly don't think they'll do Warlords of Draenor though. Cause like either way, if they do WoD, they're gonna have to have like people who work on it. There's gonna have to be work that gets done, right? They're gonna have to do work. And to do work, they're gonna have to assign people to do that work. And to assign people to do the work, they have to have people. Like, and there's nobody on the Classic team right now. There's nobody available to do work like that. Also keep in mind, like, they gave us a lot of Warlords of Draenor class changes with Mist of Pandaria. They have worked in a lot of class changes that technically didn't come till later on. And they gave us those at the beginning of MoP. So like, what would be the point of going into Warlords at this point? With the way they've handled things. You'd love for them to skip right to Legion? Okay, and then, like, I would say also, like, in order for Legion to be enjoyable for most people, they would have to make a lot of changes to how the endgame progression of Legion works. Because if you don't remember, the original way you had to play Legion endgame is that every single day, let's say you wanted to raid or do Mythic Plus, right? Every single day of your life, you have to get onto the game and you have to do every single world quest that's on your map. And the reason you have to do that is because everything you're doing in the world quest is further empowering your artifact weapon, which is the only thing that's going to get you a higher item level weapon. And if you don't get on every single day and farm your artifact power, you're gonna suck. You're not gonna find groups. You're not gonna find raid groups. You're not gonna get into Mythic Plus. Remember, Legion had a great story and great themes. It had great zones and great content. But as far as like how much it respected your time, it was probably the worst expansion that was ever made. As far as like how much time it wanted you to spend on one character. There was no time for alts. I remember my guild got very pissed when I needed to switch from my pally to my hunter, because I didn't have time to heal. I didn't have time to get my character in a place where I was a good enough healer for the raid. So I had to go play a hunter and just be like a DPS, and like people were not happy. Because there was no time for alts in Legion. Legion basically ended my raiding career. I raided for the first 2 tiers of Legion. I couldn't keep up farming my artifact power. I felt worthless to the raid. I didn't like that feeling and I had to quit. And then BFA did the same exact thing. And so keep that in mind. Yeah, it was incredible. It wasn't just stressful, it was fucking depressing. To think like, you know, I had raided with my guild from Wrath into Kata, into Mist, into WoD, and then Legion comes out, and suddenly, just because I work a real job, I can't play the game anymore. Because I don't have 3 or 4 hours like every other day to get on and do all of my world quests. Like, I just didn't have the time. I was used to being able to raid log and like, you know, do a little bit of content during the week, but mainly just raid log. And you couldn't do that anymore. You had to clear every single world quest every single day in order to be like competitive. And so they would have to redesign the endgame, completely redesign how artifact power works. Maybe they'd have to redesign how the artifacts were leveled up, and they're not going to do all that. And so you either get a version of Legion that looks exactly like it did back in the day, which is awful. It was like, you know, from a gameplay perspective, just terrible. Or you don't get Legion Classic at all. And so I don't know, I'd almost rather just not have it at all than to think like, okay, great, if I want to enjoy Legion, I'm gonna have to get on every day and do like 3 or 4 hours of stuff every day. Like it didn't work out then, I don't think I'm gonna enjoy it now, so I don't know. I'd rather they not waste time with it. I'd rather they have their 2 developers working on whatever comes next. Don't bother having these people like write up code for WoD and Legion. Like, just have your 2 classic developers working on whatever's next. That's all. Whatever that happens to be. Because whatever, if it's something different, it's going to be better. Like, so whether or not it's another season of Discovery or it's Classic Plus, I really don't want to see them waste more of their time pushing out further progression Classic. Like, WoD is not Classic, Legion's not Classic. Let's just let it go. I don't want it. You're definitely not playing Classic when it's Legion. You're not playing Classic when it's Mists of Pandaria. You're just playing Mists of Pandaria. You weren't playing Classic when you were playing Cataclysm. You were just playing Cataclysm. Like, they aren't Classic. Once the old world gets changed, and the fundamental system and how the classes work are all different, like, you're not playing Classic anymore. The Classic is Vanilla, TBC, and Wrath of the Lich King. Those are Classic expansions. Anything after that is just what it is. It's just part of the progression to where we are today. It's not Classic anymore at all. And so I would rather they take their minuscule amount of workers and put them towards something else. And I feel like that's what they're doing, and I feel like that's why we haven't heard anything about WoD Classic or anything like that. I feel like they're just not going to bother with it. That's going to be for the best. And so as far as fixing the old world, that's a retail thing. Like, they will eventually remake the Cata zones, and that'll be a retail thing. Will that make them feel better? I don't know that it will. And I say that because, listen to this. Here's why I think that's not going to make it better. Because to this day, when I think about leveling up a retail character, I typically take them through Cataclysm Time Walking, and I focus on doing like the Cataclysm zones that I like. Because that content just flows better and feels better than a lot of the other expansions. And so, like, if I feel that way, like, if I think, like, well, I'd rather do Classic Time, I'd rather do Cata Time Walking than Mist, I'd rather do Cata Time Walking than Warlords, I'd rather do Cata, like, I don't know if them remaking the old world in retail is going to make those zones better or not. They're not, you know, they're gonna feel more like retail zones. Like, they're not gonna feel like Classic zones just because they remade the old world. It's gonna feel like more retail than ever. I don't know. It'll be cool to see what they do with it, but I don't think it will be fixing anything. I think it will just be different. What they really need to do, they need to put vanilla time walking into retail. Like, I should be able to go talk to Chromie in retail, and where's my vanilla time walking? Why is it that I can do Cata time walking, but I can't go back before that, and I can't do any of this content on my retail character? That's what they really need to fix. They need to come up with some way, and I don't know why this seems to be impossible for them. They need to have vanilla time walking as a campaign in retail, so that I can fire up a retail character, I can pick my favorite 5 or 6 vanilla zones, and I can level a character up in retail through those. That's what they should do. That would fix the old world for me. That's how you fix the old world in retail. You let me get into vanilla time walking. That's all I need them to do. I don't need them to do anything else. Because I don't trust that them remaking Elwyn Forest again is gonna make Elwyn Forest any better than it was in Cata, any better than it was in Vanilla. I don't know if them remaking it, like, how is it gonna be better? The people that are working on WoW now, like, these are people who have never played Warcraft 3. These are people who probably have never played Classic WoW. These are people who, if they play WoW at all, they probably started sometime around Battle for Azeroth. That's the age group of people that are working for Blizzard right now. They either A, don't play video games because they're too busy working their corporate jobs. You know, they probably don't play WoW at all. And if they do, they didn't play Classic. They probably started much later. And so do I really want those people remaking the old world? And do I think that if they remake the old world, it's going to be better? No, it's not. It's not going to be better. It's going to be different. What's going to happen is it's just going to be their version of WoW, which is not like the vibes of WoW that like I know from like playing Warcraft 3. So I don't know. It'll, like I said, it'll be cool to see what they do. Do I think that they'll have? Do I think that it will feel like good? No, I don't think that they'll do a great job of it. Not from the perspective of somebody who's played the game for 20 years. From the perspective of somebody who's played the game for 20 years, like, what they do is probably not going to be good. Now, it might be good for people that only started playing recently. You know, they'll probably like it a lot. But the time to directly follow up from the Cataclysm changes is long over, you know? Now you're talking about like a 10-year time skip. We have to kill a named guy here, right? I'm pretty sure we have a named guy to kill. Unfortunately, my Questie seems to have taken a complete dump on me. Let's try to reload the UI and see if that does anything beneficial. Well, no. Questie is just, it's broken. I don't know. Maybe because oh, look at that. Well, I have Tannerus quest track. I can't see my Tannerus quest. Maybe there's an update I need. Maybe that's what's going on. Octana, welcome to the stream, and thanks for joining us today. Questie update. Yeah, we got some updates here. Let me update my add-ons. Because, you know, I'm a good WoW player, so, you know, obviously I always update my add-ons. Okay, now let's reload. See if that fixes anything. The thing is, it was working just fine. I can't expand it anymore, like, it doesn't... Usually we just click on this little guy. Oh, wait, I got it! Oh my god, that's so weird. I've never had it act quite like that before. But it looks like we're good now. Okay, let's carry on with life. I don't know how it minimized itself like that to begin with. Oh, that's a little odd. Alright, we're still waiting on the respawn, so let's go outside, let's just kill some stuff while we wait. Questing as protection has been pretty decent. I don't really know how the kill rate compares, like one-on-one kill rate. We probably kill things a little bit faster one-on-one as ret spec. But this is okay. Turn donations on YouTube chat. I don't know what that means. All of my stuff should be on. Turn donations on. Everything should be on. I don't have anything turned off. Yeah, I don't have anything like that turned off or disabled anyway. Stream settings. Yeah, I don't know. Super chats are working. They're not tracking properly. My Streamlabs took a shit on me, so Streamlabs is not like tracking my super chats today for whatever reason. But I don't have anything else disabled. It's kind of strange. Sometimes YouTube will change stuff on the creator end. They make changes, but they don't tell you about it. And then you find out the hard way, you know? Huh. Yeah, everything's on. Very weird. Oh, you see it now? Okay. Not a problem on my end. Oh, man. Camo, thank you so much. That is very generous. Very, very generous of you. I really appreciate that. It's very kind. It's a lot of support. My dogs are hooting. Somebody must have walked down the street. All right, let's go check on this guy. I feel like he's got to be up by now. This guy's like permanently dead. He just doesn't exist anymore. Cool, 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 cool. Camo, I appreciate that, man. I try to be chill. I feel like we keep it chill like 85% of the time. Unless I'm really going off about something. Even if I'm really going off about something, I try to do it in a kind of a calmer way. I try to at least be thoughtful when I go off about stuff, if that makes sense. Here we go, these guys are back up. Still no named guy. It's a crime they don't have me on the payroll. They, you know, like, they don't need me, but I feel like the Classic definitely needs some people who play Classic. Like, the Classic development team, especially if they want to seriously make a Classic Plus product, they're gonna need help. They're gonna need help from people who have played the fucking game for 20 years, because they don't have those people on the payroll, and it's a problem. And I feel like they don't want to admit it's a problem, and they don't, it's like these corporate people, they don't want to admit that people outside of their corporate structure, and this is especially true of people with expensive degrees. Anybody who's been to a university and they have a very expensive degree that they're probably still going to be paying off for the rest of their life, it's like they can't allow for the idea that a person who doesn't have that education, a person who didn't pay that money for that piece of paper, they can't allow for the idea that someone like that, someone like me, might have better ideas than them about how to develop their game. Because if they allow for that idea and they say some fucking miscreant like Robert Rambles is probably going to have better concepts about Classic than me, it's like it kind of like diminishes or disqualifies the money and time that they have put into their degree, that they have put into their career. So they have to convince themselves, they must be absolutely convinced that what they are going to do and how they're going to do things is the better way, that they know the better way, and they cannot take advice, they cannot listen to people who are not within their corporate structure, because it invalidates all the fucking money they spent to get where they're at. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? They have to live in this like fantasy universe where, because they went to university for game development or art or whatever the fuck they went for, their ideas are better than our ideas. My ideas can't possibly compete. They can't have someone on payroll working on one of their products who did not spend the same amount of money at university that they spent. Because how could they live with themselves and their choices if it were proved that people of no education can make a better video game? They couldn't. And so they must maintain this idea that all of their ideas are better, even when time and time again it proves not to be true. You know, what they really need is a couple of people on their staff to meet with and talk to give them ideas, actual human beings who have been playing this game since Warcraft 3. Now, this is not true in retail anymore. Retail can be made by 20-year-olds who don't even play video games because they're too busy going on nature walks. That's whatever, okay? But for Classic, if you want Classic to feel like Classic, both in like story vibes, story beats, systems, and gameplay, then you have to have people on your payroll who have been playing the game since Warcraft 3. Because Warcraft 3 is what created the world of Warcraft. So if you don't have people who have put a bunch of time into Warcraft 3, and you don't have people who have put a bunch of time into Classic WoW, and I'm not talking like, you know, they're a 32-year-old who's played Classic since 2019, and they've got a couple of years on it. No, I'm talking about people like me. I'm talking about 40-year-olds and 50-year-olds who've been playing the fucking game since it came out. If you don't have people like that on the Classic team, the Classic Plus product you're going to make is not going to be good. It's certainly not going to be as good as it could be. And that's a goddamn shame, because like they don't have anybody like that on their dev team. They don't even have anybody old enough to have possibly experienced Warcraft 3 like at all. You know, and it's not like they're going back and playing these games, right? It's not like they have people on the Classic team who have gone back and just played a shit ton of Warcraft 3, who have fallen completely in love with the game and done multiple playthroughs the way I have. They don't have people like that. And but they can't get into a position where it becomes obvious that people without the college degrees or the corporate background can make better games because they're a corporate game developer. And to be a corporate game developer, you have to work in corporate and you have to have a degree. And that's what makes you good. And they have to continue living in that reality. And so for as long as they live in that reality, their games are not going to be as good as they could be. And that's specifically going to affect Classic Plus. Yeah, Classic Plus needs to be like 4 dudes in their 50s. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm 42. I was 19 when I started playing vanilla WoW. And so yeah, like you gotta at least be of an age where like, you know, your first experience with vanilla WoW should not, if you're on the Classic team, your experience of vanilla WoW cannot be like you as a 6-year-old sitting on your papa's lap. You know, that's not you having played vanilla WoW. You know, you can't be someone who like, oh yeah, TBC came out when I was 12 and I had a rad time. No, like, I need you to have been an adult when you played the game initially. If you were an adult when you played the game initially, then you probably have the experience and the wherewithal to come up with a good game. It's set in this setting. And they don't have that, and I don't, and they're not interested in finding it. You know, there are tons of creators out there, you know, far bigger creators than myself, people they could go to, and they could ask them, you know, what is going to make Classic Plus great? What's going to make WoW great? And they could get these answers, but they don't. They choose not to do that. They choose not to listen to content creators. They choose not to listen to anybody who is outside that corporate structure, right? And because they have to maintain the status quo and keep their illusions about them. And so yeah, and that's the one thing I worry about with Classic Plus. Is Classic Plus, it's going to be made by a bunch of 30-year-olds and 20-year-olds. These are people who don't love Warcraft 3. These are people who have probably never played Warcraft 3. These are people who have spent very little time comparatively to someone like me They've spent very little time even playing vanilla WoW, and these are the people that are going to have to try to make Classic Plus, and they're not equipped for it. They don't have the experience for it, and they don't have the mindset for it. They're just not equipped to do it properly. And so we'll see what we get. That's why I think they're going to do another season of Discovery type deal before they do a Classic Plus. Because they're probably finding out that they just don't have the right people to do this thing. Anyway, that's my rant about that. So much for keeping it chill. So Classic Plus is gonna be woke plus? No, I don't think at this point. I think the woke shit is done. I don't think it'll be like that. I just mean like it's not gonna capture the right vibe, especially in like in the tone of the stories. Like when you think about how the Horde and Alliance are kind of like in this Cold War state, and you think about like the things in Warcraft 3 that led us to like the vanilla world of Warcraft, if you're not someone who has played War 3 and kind of fallen in love with that world, I don't think you're going to have the vision to work on a classic vanilla plus. That's all. Like, I don't think it's going to be like, oh, it's going to be woke garbage, because I think we're kind of past that. I think we're past that point. But I do think there's still potential for it to be garbage for other reasons. I think there's potential for it just to not land with its audience. There's a big potential for it to just not land with the audience. If it's made by people who don't absolutely understand and love what they're doing, if they're just corporate employees, they've been told to work on Classic Plus, they've been given their sprint work from Agrand or Holly or whoever dishes out the sprint work for that sprint. Corporate employees trying to get their work done to the best of their ability, and it's not a passion thing, then it's not going to be any good. If it's not a passion thing, it's not going to be any good. Ooh, we got a spike of lag. Blizzard's coming after me. They're DDoSing the stream because all the shit I'm talking. Got a little bit of lag. There we go. Looks like it's good now. That's it. It always comes back to what I say is like, a game like Vanilla WoW is like, it's like a work of art, you know? It's not perfect. It has flaws. It has problems. But when you look at Vanilla holistically, it's like this cohesive vision that came together, and that's what makes it a work of art. Corporate employees who are simply doing a corporate job, and their motivations are to make money, and their motivations are to move up the corporate ladder, corporate employees are never going to be able to produce art. That's why you see like all these AAA studios that are kind of floundering, and you have all these AAA studios that are like cranking out garbage fucking games. It's because all of their employees are approaching their work from the perspective of being a corporate employee, and not from the perspective of a group of like-minded people coming together on a giant idea, crafting a world as a work of art. They're not doing that anymore. They're just functioning as corporate employees. Corporate employees can't make art, and that's all that it boils down to. What do I think of Blizzard shutting down Turtle WoW? I think I said they were going to shut down Turtle WoW eventually way back in the day. I always stuck to the idea that if they were ever going to put out their own Classic Plus product, that they'd have to go after these private servers, and Turtle WoW is the biggest and most well-known one when it comes to like that Classic Plus idea. And so like it makes sense to me, like you're going to try to shut down your competitors, especially when technically the things they were doing were not legal. And people say, well, they've left them alone so far. It's like, yeah, they left them alone because they weren't trying to fill that slot. They weren't working on that kind of product. But now that they're going to think about working on a Classic Plus product, yeah, it makes sense they would shut down anything competing with that, because you don't want your customers to be able to go somewhere else. You know, if Turtle WoW is out there and it's as good as it is and people have liked it for so long, like you want to get rid of that before you make your own Classic Plus so that people don't have any alternatives. You know, cutting out alternatives is how you get people to come to your product. You shut down the competitor. It's the easiest trick in the book. And that way, when you have less competition in any kind of marketplace, your product doesn't have to be as good as a marketplace where you face a lot of competition. And so it makes sense to me that they would get them shut down. I'm surprised it took so long. Do you think they should eat them? Like in the Hannibal Lecter sense? Or in like the buying them out sense? Like buying them out and onboarding all of them. And no, this is the same thing. People say, oh, they should just hire the turtle devs. They should just hire those people. No. They're not going to hire them for the same reasons that I talked about. Is that the only people that they can hire are corporate employees who have the standard like gamer education, who have gone to university and done all that stuff, and they have to fit a certain mold. They're not going to hire a bunch of people who have pirated their software, who have illegally operated a private server for years and years and years, who have created monetization methods to enrich themselves by stealing Blizzard's IP. They're not going to hire people like that, even if their ideas are amazing. Because the people that they hire have to fit into a certain mold. And those are the only people that you're going to find at a corporation like Activision. It's the same reason why they're not going to consult with somebody like me. You know, it's the same reason why they ignore most content creators on the internet. You know, there's tons of people out there who could give them lots of guidance on how to make their games amazing. But they're not going to listen to those people. It's just not how it's done. It's just not how it's done, because they can't allow for the universe to be in a state where these Turtle WoW devs might have better ideas than them. They can't live in a state of mind where like people like me might have better ideas, or different content creators on the internet might be able to do it better. They can't, because that invalidates them. It invalidates their corporate salary. It invalidates the education they paid for to get where they're at. So they can't allow for these things to exist. They can't allow for these ideas. The original people who made WoW were like that. The original people who came together and made WoW, they came together, they made something that has its problems, because they were people that had problems, but they made something that was a passion project and a work of art. Because it was a smaller team back then, and they could have kind of a cohesive vision, even if they had arguments over how that shaped out. But then when you get to the point where you're a corporation, there is no artistic overarching vision. There is simply corporate employees being delegated sprint work and having to turn certain things in on time. It's like everyone's doing homework. My homework for this sprint is to write 27 quests for Herondar. My homework for this sprint is to make 15 housing items, because I'm an artist and that's what I do. You know, there is no cohesive vision of the game as a holistic work of art, or even as a living world. It's just individual corporate employees turning in their corporate homework on an agile scrum schedule. They're probably using something like Agile, or whatever the new like agile scrum system is. And that's just how it is. And when you do things like that, like products can be good like that, but you're never going to make art that way. And games are inherently art. And see, these are the rants I get into when I stream. These are the rants nobody needs to hear. Nobody needs to hear me rant about this stuff. It's all just common sense stuff that we all know. It just sounds like bitching when I go on about it, you know? It's like bitching about stuff that you can never change.
Talk to me. Glad I could help. Hurry back. Yo! Keep it real! Hurry back! Glad I could help! Keep it real!
Super sticky. This happens in Ungoro Crater. I'm not going to grab that yet. We're not going to Ungoro for a while. It's going to be a while.
Salutations! Goodbye for now.
There we go.
Hey, how you doing?
Let's 13 agility, 5 stamina, 23 intellect, and 9 spirit. Okay, I don't think I need either of these. I'll take the ring. We'll see how it compares to our current rings. No, I don't think this is better than what we have. That's a lot of agility, don't get me wrong, but we don't really need agility. So there's that. Alright, let's empty our inventory and see what we want to do next.
Oh, do I have a deal for you?
How's my first aid? Oh yeah, my first aid stopped a long time ago. I wonder if I should be selling my mage weave on the auction house. I wonder if I can make any money doing that. That is our one-hand bind on equip. Offhand item we don't need. Mana pots, I'll just drop them to make room. The ring I don't need. The old health pots I can probably get rid of. The one-handed mace I can drop. Okay. I think that's good. I'm sure we can get rid of the Flask of Mojo. Okay.
Keep it real.
I feel like that's good. So what do we want to do now? We could do the Noxious Lair investigation. That's level 47. We could probably work down in Thristleshrub Valley now. I think most of the mobs down here are 48 or 49, even though the quest is level 50, so we should be okay there. And I have a quest to turn in out at Steamweedle Port. Okay, before we do anything else, I need to take a quick break. I have to get some coffee and maybe shove some food into my mouth really fast or something like that. So I'm going to park it here for a second, and I will be back shortly, and we'll keep going. All right, we're back. Let's go to Steamweedle Port first and get that turned in, and then we'll head over to the Noxious Lair.
Time is money, friend. Glad I could help.
And I may do another ZF run pretty soon. I feel like one more run would be good. I'd like to hit level 50 today at least. I don't know if we'll get much farther than level 50, but that would be a nice milestone.
How you doing, man? Be seeing ya. See ya later.
9,000 XP. That's a lot of XP. Bring the ancient egg to Yankinia. Where is this? Oh, it is said to lay hidden deep within Jintha Allure in the hinterlands. In a cave behind the amphitheater. Okay, so we can do that stuff solo now. I think all those elites are now non-elites. Maybe we should take a look at the hinterlands. And like, is this a place that we need to go? Yeah. We have a few things here. Testing the music vessel we already have. The Horde, we have an... Oh, look at that. Oh, wow. Okay. I found all of the quests we need. So we have the 2 quests in Ajara, and then we have a bunch of stuff down here. All of this we can do before we go into Ungoro Crater. This is what's going to get us from 50 to 52. Is we're going to come here at level 50, we're going to do all this stuff. And then after that, we should be 52. That'll let us get into Ungoro Crater, Fellwood, and then Winter Spring. And that should be all we need to get to 58. At least that's the dream, right? Seeing me play Classic makes you wish they revamped the leveling in retail to make it slower. Just play Classic. just play Classic, and then it will be slow. I get what you mean. The thing about retail to keep in mind, though, is like, there's a lot of gameplay to be done in retail after you hit level cap. And that's part of the reason why, like, in retail, having a fast leveling process works. Because most of the progression for your character, and like a lot of side content and story stuff, happens after you hit cap. Like, on my Pally, I've been max level for a while now. I still have tons of side quests to do. I still have a ton of stuff to do. I still have story stuff to do. I still haven't technically finished the MSQ yet, and I've been playing at max level on the Pally for a while. And so it's like, there's more content to do, but so much of it happens after level cap, and it just, like, it can feel weird, right? Because if you are from, like, a traditional RPG setting, you're used to the leveling taking up most of the game. And in an RPG, you're kind of used to, like, when you hit level cap or your max, like, the game is kind of end. It's like end, it's winding down, you know, you've done the bulk of the content. But in modern MMOs, that's not how it is. In, like, modern MMOs, the leveling up part is just the tutorial. You know, you're learning how to play the game, you're learning how to push your buttons and play the class. And if it's paced well, then you're learning your rotation and you're learning how your class works along the way. And I feel like retail does that pretty well. Like, you learn how your class works, you learn the caveats of your spec. But then, like, the leveling part itself is really just the tutorial for the rest of the game. And it's like, it can feel very weird. But you have to kind of get used to it. Yeah, they could very easily remove leveling completely. And for me, it wouldn't feel much, retail wouldn't feel much different. Because like I said, I've been doing so much content at level cap. And I've come to learn that, like, in a new expansion in retail WoW, most of your time is going to be spent on a character after level cap. Like, leveling that character up to cap is only going to be a very small part of the character's journey. Like, you're going to do... Oh, I totally whiffed on that. Let's go back up here. You're going to do more content at level cap than you will leveling up. It's just how it is. It feels weird, but once you get used to it, it's not bad. And so ultimately, these are like two different genres of game. Retail WoW is an action MMO multiplayer game. And Classic WoW is an open world MMO RPG. They are very much just two completely different genres. Both in how they play, how the leveling works out, how the travel feels, how the zone, like everything is different. And it's different because they're just two different genres of game. Like, modern WoW is no longer an open world MMO RPG. It's an action RPG online multiplayer game. That's how I interpret it. All right, I think I want to go back. Maybe I'll go back to Ret. We can either go back to Ret, or I have to be much more keen to pull multiple enemies. Let's tag you. Let's come over here and tag you. I would say the Classic WoW is not quite a sandbox. I don't like applying the word sandbox to Classic WoW because I feel like it is a little bit too linear to really be a sandbox. It has some sandbox elements to it, but I typically don't describe it as a sandbox game. But it definitely has more sandbox elements to it. Obviously, like, retail basically has no sandbox elements left to it. Whereas in vanilla, you can kind of get that vibe a little bit. Did I do the housing in retail, and what do I think of that? No, housing is not for me. I spent a couple hours looking at it, and then I never touched it again. I have zero interest in player housing in a game like WoW. It doesn't have any gameplay overlap. You know what I mean? Like, in survival sandbox games, you build a house because the house has your storage, the house has like your workbench, and the house has all of your like crafting stuff, and then the house provides like tactical benefits to keeping you safe from like the environment attacking you. And so in like a sandbox crafting survival game, like houses are great. I'd love to build a house in a survival craft game. But in an action MMO multiplayer game, I don't see the allure of spending all my time decorating a house. I don't, maybe it's that I just don't have that kind of time. And so maybe there are people that do have that, but there's so much actual gameplay in modern WoW, like I haven't even finished the story yet. Then again, I don't get on and play every day. So I think the housing is for a certain type of player, and that type of player is not me. I am certainly not the audience for it. Guitar Junkie, welcome to the stream, buddy. Thanks for joining us. Yeah, see, David, that'd be cool. That's what I've talked about before. If I could go, if all my alts could hang out there, that'd be okay. Like, I might go check it out sometimes if all my alts were just kind of hanging out there doing stuff. You give my alts some cool AI, let me like go interact with my alts and stuff, and like maybe I'd go check it out sometimes. But then again, I also think that I should be able to bring my alts into follower dungeons. Like, I feel like the follower dungeons, I should be able to bring all of my alts. I should be able to get gear for my alts from the follower dungeons. They should be able to progress through that. So that's what I would like to see with my followers. More than just having them in my house, I want them to come do like follower dungeons with me. That would make gearing up alts pretty amazing. Just bring them along to dungeons with you and loot everything and spread the loot to your alts. You want them to be like little like minions. That'd be cool if they were actually involved in like doing stuff for you. Like, let's say you had an herbalist, right? You could assign them to go pick herbs. They can go pick herbs, and then when you come back to your house, you interact with your herbalist, and they're like, "Oh, here's all the herbs that I've been picking," and like they give you stuff. Kind of like just little minions that you manage their tasks. That'd be pretty neat. That'd be like its entirely new system, though. And welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining us. Glad to have you here today. It might be a little close to what war... Oh yeah, like it might kind of be similar to the garrisons. Yeah, we don't want to do anything that might be similar to the garrisons, though. People didn't like garrisons. No, the problem with the garrison, I think, was like I had to go to my garrison and I had to do stuff. Myself, me. Like I had to go to my garrison, and then I had this little mine, and I had to go into the mine every day, and I had to mine my mine. Like, I don't want to have to do that. Now, if I could have one of my alts do that, and all I had to do was show up and talk to my alt, and he forked over, like, all of the ore that he got that day, that'd be a much better experience, you know, than me having to go there and take my time to do all that stuff myself. I just have my alts do the mine, and then they just give me the loot. And then I can craft with it, whatever, you know. Craft with it, sell it, whatever I want to do. By unexplained mechanics, do you mean like the daily stuff, the weekly stuff, and things like that? Yeah, like what I found with Midnight is like getting into endgame as a player who hasn't done a lot of endgame in WoW recently. You really have to like just take it slow and kind of like learn as you go. Because there's a lot of stuff going on, you know, like even if you, let's say like you want to do delves, okay? Well, there's things you need to learn about delves. There's going to be empowered delves. Okay, what's an empowered delve? Well, it has a special chest at the end of it. Okay, that's really cool, but hold on, you can't just go in and unlock the special chest. You have to have a coffer key, and you say, okay, great, how do I get a coffer key? I say, okay, well, you need these fragments first. You get so many fragments, then you turn those into a coffer key, then you go do the delve. Well, okay, well, how do I do that? Well, you got to look at your map. You got world quests that give coffer keys. You got weekly events that give coffer shards. You click this, you turn them into a key, then you go do the empowered delve. And so it's stuff like that. The game doesn't really do a great job of tutorializing you to stuff like that. Like, if I want to do thing A, I also first have to do things B and C, because by doing that, that allows me to do thing A. And it's stuff like that that isn't really fully explained. There's lots of different resources, and the resources a lot of the times are for cosmetics, like the Void Light Marl. Okay, what's a Void Light Marl? Well, certain vendors sell cosmetics that you can spend it on. And it's like discovering how all that stuff works is kind of a work in progress. Like, you can go watch a bunch of videos that will explain it to you, but that information never sticks with me. When I listen to people explain to me like how stuff works, but I'm not familiar with any of it, it all sounds like a foreign language, you know? Like what I just said, like, oh yeah, you get your coffer key shards, you click a button, it turns it into a coffer key, you do the empowered delve. It sounds like gibberish kind of until you start to do it. And then when you start to do it, you start to kind of piece it together and it starts to make sense. But it definitely isn't something that's like super easy to get into. They don't make it easy, you know? They assume that you've been playing endgame stuff for years and that you know a little bit about how all this stuff works, because it's how stuff has worked for a little while. You know, they assume you've been playing endgame at least since Dragonflight, because that's where a lot of these systems kind of originated from. But eventually you do figure it out. And the key thing is deciding what you want to engage with. So you reach endgame, and then you have to decide, well, what do you want to do? Because what you want to do with endgame is going to determine the kinds of content you're going to do. Like, if you just want to do delves, then there's a bunch of stuff you don't really have to worry about. You know, if you want to be a raider, there's going to be stuff that you have to worry about and stuff that you don't. And there's going to be certain resources you have to worry about and certain resources that you don't. So it's all kind of dependent on what you want to do with your character once you hit max level. And so just like pick a thing that you like. Like for me, it was delves. I like delves, so I thought I'm going to figure out how these delves work. I'm going to figure out how to do my empowered delves and get the most out of them. And then the same thing as I started to get into the prey system, like figuring out how the prey system worked. So it's just like you take it one step at a time, and you have to give yourself leeway to kind of learn these things and stumble through them. But the first part of that is simply identifying what content you actually want to do, because that's going to determine a lot. I don't Google anything, like because a lot of times when you Google stuff, you get like weird answers from Google AI when it comes to games, especially when it comes to WoW, because there's so many different versions of WoW that I don't like to Google stuff. I either try to figure it out on my own, and a lot of times if we're streaming, you guys help me figure stuff out, so I kind of have a little bit of an advantage there. when it comes to like times when I just really don't understand something. I'm still very reluctant to try to Google it because a lot of times that will raise as many questions as it brings answers. All right, we are actually done here. Let's peel out of here. Let's head south. Let's go down into Thistle Shrub Valley. We gotta kill some guys, and we're looking for the Laden Dew Gland, which is kind of a random chance to drop off of anybody down there. Oh yeah, there's so much I don't understand. Like when it comes to retail, there's so much I don't understand. I've learned more about Endgame in this expansion than I have probably since Legion. You know, because I haven't, and the reason is I have not engaged with Endgame enough in any expansion to learn it. The only other time I kind of started to figure out some Endgame stuff was like Dragonflight Season 3 and Season 4, I got really into Mythics. So I figured out enough to do Mythics, but I was still missing out on like weekly stuff and daily stuff that I didn't really understand the importance of. A lot of it is because in retail WoW, there really isn't any content that is designed to exist in a vacuum where you only do that content. And so, like, look at delves as an example, right? Let's say you want to do delves. Well, as I discussed, it's not quite that simple. You don't just do delves, because you have to do some kind of content that gets you coffer key shards, because the coffer keys are going to be what allows you to pop the bonus chest in the delves that are empowered. So all of the content is designed to funnel you into other content. If you want to do delves, you're going to have to do some world quests for coffer key shards. You might do some of the weekly stuff for coffer key shards, and it's going to basically force you to do some other content. And you have to figure out, like, what is the other content that I have to do to enable me to do the thing I want to do? And so that's where some of the complication comes in, because so much of it is designed to not exist in a vacuum. And you could play it in a vacuum, like you could just keep doing delves. And you could ignore the empowered shit, and you could ignore the coffer keys. You're not going to progress the way the system is meant to if you do it that way. And those are the hard things to learn, because they're antithetical. You think, all I want to do is delves, why can't I just do delves? Well, because the developers don't want you to just do delves. They feel like the game is better if they force you to go do some other stuff, and then you go do delves, you know? And so it's that stuff that takes time to learn, and the only way to really learn it and get comfortable with it is to do it. You know, reading a guide or watching a video is not gonna really learn you. You're not gonna feel like what the flow is like until you're doing it yourself. But some people never make it that far. Isn't that called an attunement quest? No, and an attunement is something you do one time, and then that lets you into a piece of content. Like, you attune yourself to a raid. You do the attunement once, now you can raid that raid forever. The things that I'm talking about are things you have to keep up daily and weekly. If you want to keep doing your empowered delves, they pop up like 4 or 5 empowered delves every day. You have to go farm some coffer key shards every day, turn those into coffer keys to do your... so it's not really like an attunement. An attunement is a very simple version of what we're talking about, where like, if you want to do a specific heroic dungeon, you got to go get attuned to it first, but you do that once and then it's done. This stuff it's the loop. It's the daily, weekly loop stuff that sometimes people are confused by. Like, why do I need to do this content? When do I need to do this content? And what are the rewards from it? That's a lot of what isn't explained in the game. When you look at stuff like Salathriel's Haven, like the party guy, the Blood Elf party guy, you look at like his area, there's a lot of stuff going on there. But what you learn is like, what it boils down to is that the stuff you're doing there is mainly for cosmetic rewards. You know, you're doing stuff for him and you're pushing through like reputation with these different factions in order to open up their cosmetic rewards. You know, that's not really character power based. However, as you're doing that, you're also getting bonuses for completing their quest, like coffer key shards, void light marl, other resources that you need for other things. So it's about coming to grasp like the connectivity of how all these different events and all this different content kind of works together. And it's like, it's daily and weekly content, and it all kind of works together. And that connectivity is what I think is hard for people to see when they're first getting into endgame, especially if they haven't engaged with retail endgame for many, many years. And it can be off-putting. I remember trying to get a handle. I remember, like, I think I blew my gasket back in War Within. That was when I thought I was going to get into delves, was War Within. I got to endgame. I went to go do some empowered delves. I found out I needed a special key to open the chest. I found out I needed to do like dailies in World Quest to get those keys, and I was like, no. I just spaced out on it. I was like, wait. So in order to do this empowered delve, I have to go do some other shit to get a key, to do a thing, to unlock. No. And I just kind of got frustrated with it, and I stopped. You know, because like that type of interconnected design, my brain just wasn't used to it. Like, my brain's like, no, what? I just want to do delves. Like, why can't you just leave me be? But in certain ways, the game does flow better and work better through the interconnectivity of the different things. And it took till midnight for me to stick around long enough to kind of get used to that. You know, and I don't get on and do my stuff every day. I get on a couple times a week. I do my delves a couple times a week. I do the prey system a couple times a week, and that's it. I'm not trying to get on every day and knock it all out on a daily basis. I think that would get really boring and really tedious. And I feel bad for people that try to play the game that way, because I think it's a great way to burn out. Like, trying to get on every single day. I can't imagine getting on every single day to do my 4 empowered delves. I would get sick of delves like so quick if I was trying to play that way. But doing it a couple times a week, I look forward to it. I'm like, oh man, like, I can't wait till I get on tomorrow. I can do my delves, progress my character a bit, see some more of the prey hunts. And so for me, moderation is also the key. Like, tackling the end game with moderation, like at a slow pace, at my own pace. Not feeling like I have to be on all the time, getting it done on the daily, on the weekly. We don't have a lot of other players here, but it's enough other players to kind of farm this area out. Oh, I got grabbed by your earth grab totem. Oh, that's so rude. So rude. And yeah, so far I haven't run out of keys. I haven't had any problems having enough keys to do the delves I've wanted to do. It's been good. I've enjoyed Endgame and Midnight. I plan to keep enjoying it, but I'm gonna enjoy it at my own pace. For as long as that lasts. Rares drop an equivalent to half a key each. Oh, that's really nice. Yeah. Yeah, I've never, like, I've just been casually doing stuff besides delves. Like, we do world quest here and there, we do the prey stuff. Sometimes I'll knock out, like, one of the weeklies. And just by kind of playing the game organically, I've gotten to a point where I'm able to do the things that I want. The rewards from doing the things that I want have been good. It's been a lot of fun. Alright, so I think we proved that protection spec can be pretty fun to run around. We can solo with it, that's fine. I'm gonna go back to Ret for now, though. As I feel like in areas where we're gonna pull multiple mobs, like 3 mobs at a time, I feel like Prot is really good. If we are just gonna go like one-on-one with an enemy, then I probably just want to be Ret. And with this area being kind of farmed out, I think... Ooh, damn. I think Ret is gonna be our best option. I look nothing like you imagined by listening, but I look basically just like my little icon that I put on all my thumbnails, though. Like, I have glasses and a beard. Like, what did you think I looked like? I get what you mean, because that's happened to me with YouTubers as well. Like, you know, there's been a handful of YouTubers I've watched who, like, eventually I catch them live, and, like, you automatically create an image in your mind of a person. It's never accurate, but my icon, my channel icon, looks a lot like me. So I just wonder, you probably imagine that I had hair, you know? That's probably the first thing you imagine, is that like somewhere above those glasses there must be a head of hair. There's not. There hasn't been for about 20 years. Someone else said, he looks exactly like I imagined. Yeah, I try to make my icon like face accurate, so like, you know, even when I wasn't streaming, I feel like you could form a basic idea what I am a guy with glasses and a beard. And that's basically all you need to know. It took me a long time to be okay with the iniquity of like, you get to see what I look like and I never get to see what you guys look like. It took me a long time to be okay with that idea, to even like want to stream at all. Because, you know, I came from kind of a corporate background where, like, in a corporate background, like, if I have my camera on, like, everybody else has their camera on, so I get to see what people look like. And then when you start streaming, it's not like that at all. Like, everybody gets to stare at your face if they want to do that. I don't know why they would. But you don't get to look at anybody. I don't want to use the word, like, voyeurism, because that's not right. Because I know you guys are watching. But it's something, and I've always felt a little bit weird about it. It's a little bit unbalanced. Poro Gemma, thanks for being here. I'm glad that the content can help in any way. Yeah, like if being here, hanging out, helps you with anything to get through life, that's great. I'm really happy to hear that. Arvin, I am good. Thanks for joining us today. I appreciate it. This is the US server of Dreamcythe? I think we're on Dreamcythe. It's definitely a US server. I might have the name wrong. And so for classic stuff, if I'm playing Horde side, I'm on US. And if you ever catch me playing Alliance side, then I'm on the EU. That's kind of how I have that delineated. All right, I keep saying I want to do this. Let's go ahead and get this done. Let's go back to our retribution spec. Let's get our two-handed weapon re-equipped. There we go. And let's get some mana back. And we have 2 talent points to spend. Oh, where do I want to put these? You know, I'm gonna have to respec anyway to get down to Crusader Strike because I have a lot of points that I've put elsewhere. I'm worried about losing some of these points because, like, right here I have 10% increased strength. I really don't want to give that up. But if I want to get down to Crusader Strike, like, I'm gonna have to give it up. My question is, like, am I really that worried about getting down to Crusader Strike right now? I can't imagine. This is on a 6-second cooldown, okay? That's a pretty big cooldown. I can't imagine this is going to change the game that much. And so I might not even rush it. What is this? What is Sanctified Judgment? Gives your judgment spell a 33%. Oh. If I put 3 points in this, that's a 100% chance to return 80% of the mana for judging the seal. I think I want that. That's gonna... Ooh, damn. That's gonna help with a lot of my mana issues, I feel like. And, like, I'll worry about Crusader Strike later. Like, we'll get it at some point. I don't want to give up my 5 points in my Divine Strength. That 10% strength is a lot of strength. I just can't imagine giving that up for an ability that's on a 6-second cooldown. You know, it's not that strong. Carnifexia, thank you very much for the 28 months of support. That is a very long time, and I very much appreciate you being here with us. We are running out of water very quick. How is our quest looking? 6 out of 8 and 2 out of 8, and we have not found the Dew Gland yet. So, you know, I'd say it's going okay. We might run out of resources, though, before we finish this one. I might have to head back to town. Was protection spec just better because we were taking a lot less damage? Is that what I see happening? I feel like these guys are like really wailing on us now that we don't have the shield equipped. I'm starting to think that maybe protection spec might be a little bit smoother for leveling. Sometimes we proc, you know, those extra attacks or whatever, the extra crits with the two-hander spec, and we do a ton of damage. Other times we don't. And in fights where we don't, we do take quite a bit of damage ourselves. And I wonder if it's just like gonna be better as long as we have a good one-hander. Maybe it's better to be prot spec, because our one-hander is really good, and I think it has Crusader on it or some crazy enchant. It has Fiery Weapon. Okay, and then my... Oh, this has Crusader though. Okay, so both of my weapons have enchants on them. The Crusader enchant is actually really good. I just don't know how much it's proccing. What professions do I have on this character? Sadly, we left our professions behind on this character a long time ago. It's one of my big regrets. We had jewel crafting and we had mining, and then, you know, I thought I could power level the character and get it into the dark portal when the portal opened, and instead I just burned myself out of the game, and now I have this character that doesn't have professions, and I'm not happy about it. I don't even think my cooking is good. I even stopped cooking. Oh man. Ugh. Yeah. We just left them all behind, which didn't get me anywhere. I didn't make it through the dark portal. I burned myself out trying to level fast, and I have no professions. What did we learn, kids? Go slow, level your professions, and don't worry about when you hit max level. You know, we learned the lesson that we probably already knew. It's funny that, like, I took that, you know, play at your own pace, right? I took that to heart with Midnight, and I just didn't really take it to heart with TBC. Because, you know, the plan was originally, I thought I was going to raid and do all these things. And so I thought I had to get my character capped and max him out quickly and all that stuff. But I did apply that lesson to Midnight, and it's definitely helped my Midnight experience. I just didn't apply it on this character. And jewel crafting would have been really nice to have, because I bet I can make some money jewel crafting. And right now we have basically no money. We are on Dreamcythe US. Am I enjoying the Paladin? Yeah, Paladin's been fun. For me, Paladin is probably like one of the class fantasies that I like the most. So it doesn't really matter like what era of Paladin it is. I always have a good time on Paladin. The other good thing about being protection spec is that missing is not as big of a deal. When we miss with a two-hander, it's like so painful. God forbid you miss 2 attacks in a row, it feels really bad. I think I'm gonna go back to prot spec. Yeah, I think so. I mean, we are getting kind of crushed whenever we fight more than one enemy at a time. So yeah, let's go back to prot. Boop. So the kill quest is done, and we didn't get lucky through all that. We didn't find the laden dew glands, so now we're really only looking for the dew collectors. That being said, everything here shares spawn points, so we'd probably be better off just killing anything we come across and handling it that way. All right, here we go. This is the one. This guy's got the item. I can feel it. No, he wasn't the one. He had an empty dew gland. So, you know, we got close. Unfortunately, we need a full dew gland. I'd love to be able to complete this one before we run out of water. That would be amazing. If we could time this perfectly, that we get the dew gland, we run out of water, then we can go back to town. Here we go. This guy's got to have it for sure, 100%. I feel like in some ways, when you have quests like this that are like, this is a very grindy quest, right? We've been here for a while. We've been here for a while working on 2 quests, okay? And so, like, because of that, like, I always remember this area. I remember questing here. I have a lot of, like, a lot of ingrained forced immersion in areas like this when the quests are a bit more grindy, or sometimes very grindy. I feel like that's one thing that, like, retail has moved away from completely, is that there's nothing, like, in the open world that seems grindy in a way that you you feel like you spend so much time there that it kind of sticks in your memory. Like, you'll always remember doing this quest. You'll always remember Saida's bag, like trying to grind for Saida's bag. Retail doesn't have stuff like that necessarily. I feel like there is content you could grind enough, like if you do enough delves, right? There will always be delves that like stick in your head possibly. But when it comes to questing and it comes to open world stuff, it feels like none of it takes up a lot of real estate in your brain. You're able to complete the questing so quick that, like, you know, a lot of times it'll have a cool story or some cool lore attached to it. But since you don't have to do anything grindy, you never get immersed like in an area, like a small area, where like we've spent like 30 minutes here. But yeah, the laden, trust me. Like I said, I've done this quest so many times. The dew gland drops off one of the dew collectors. It's not a ground pickup. I've been doing this quest for 20 years. I got it. I appreciate the attempt to help though. But no, this is a grindy quest that you have to be here for like a half hour to an hour running in circles. And you just keep your fingers crossed and eventually you'll get the item. And because of that, you form memories about this quest and you kind of get immersed in the world because you spend so much time running around in circles. Yeah, it can take a long time. Conversely, you could get it on your first kill. And so in a way, both of those times are very memorable. It's ingrained in you, like the memory is like painfully etched into you when it takes an hour. And then you always remember like the one time you got it in the first kill. And you appreciate getting it in the first kill because you remember the time when it took you an hour to get it. And so it could go either way. You could have one end of the spectrum as an experience or the far other end of the spectrum, or you could have somewhere in the middle. Right now, I think we're getting towards the far end of the spectrum where it's taken us quite a long time to do this one. Sometimes I get really lucky with these. Like, I've gotten Saida's bag on the first kill. And a lot of times I'll get lucky. This time, this is probably some of the worst luck I've had. Well, we're going to hang out here until we are out of water. Once we're out of water, we're going to have to go back to town. We've got 2 waters left. Is this hardcore? Nah, it's not. When I do hardcore, you'll know. because the iconography will be the hardcore iconography. Like I will always use the proper like game icon on my thumbnail, so that it's always very clear what we're doing. It's one thing that I'm consistent about. I don't think a lot of people are interested in hardcore right now. Hardcore's kind of felt dead for a while. And I've personally played so much hardcore that I don't know when I'll be ready for that again. Not for a while. Every so often the hardcore bug will bite me. But yeah, probably not anytime soon. Try fighting 2 dew collectors at the same time? I mean, if there were 2 alive anywhere close to each other, I certainly would. I'd love to fight more than one at a time, but I mean, look around. We have a couple of other players here doing the same exact thing that I'm doing. You know, they're running in circles, and they are also looking for the dew collectors, and so, yeah. It's called Slim Pickins. If we all complain about it together, it'll drop, right? Not so far. Yeah, I haven't been complaining about it. I've just kind of been enjoying getting a decent amount of kill XP off these guys. That's one thing that doesn't really happen in retail. When you're leveling up characters in retail, there is no such thing as kill XP, basically. So I always appreciate being able to do like a little bit of a grind and just rake in some decent kill XP. This guy definitely has the item, because why wouldn't he? He's only like the 100th guy that we've killed. I'm sure he'll be a bro and drop it for us. Ashley, welcome to the stream. Good afternoon to you. Nah, he didn't have it. He didn't have it. We are about to use our last water. So we are gonna have to peel out of here without getting it. It's crazy, but you know, that's classic. That's the way the classic crumbles, as they say. Oh my god. That's like cutting it so close. You know, we had to completely run out of resources before we got the item. Ooh, I mean, it feels good to finally get it. I was getting worried. I didn't think we were going to get it today. You know, I didn't think it was going to happen, honestly. It was perfect timing, right? Like, that's actually amazing that it works out like that. It's so good.
What's up? Keep it real. Glad I could help. Hurry back.
I wonder if we're gonna hit 50. I'd love to hit 50, but I feel like it's gonna short us by like just a little smidge of XP. We might be short. Depends on how much these other ones are worth.
Yo. Glad I could help.
That didn't get us there.
Keep it real.
We got one more turn-in. Maybe we got two more turn-ins. That was worth nothing. That one we just picked up is another Hinterlands quest.
Time is money, friend. Be good. Keep it
Oh,
real.
thank God. Oh, we got it. Level 50. That was my goal for today, so that works out perfectly. And with that, we're just about done with all of our rested XP. But that's actually great. All right, let's pop a tail. Oh, look at that. There we go. So Avenger Shield is on a 30-second cooldown. This is only going to be really useful in pulling packs. You know, like doing dungeons, pulling packs. But I'm going to grab it anyway. Because we absolutely need it for dungeons. So that's great. Guys, it all worked out perfectly because, unfortunately, I am out of time for today. I need to make my kids something to eat, and I have to get a workout in. So I do have to go. I really appreciate you guys hanging out with me today and letting me play some Classic. I know it's been a long time since we've gotten our Classic on. Tomorrow I'm going to be on, but we're going to be doing midnight endgame stuff. So we'll be on our midnight pally, we'll be doing delves, we'll be doing prey, and I don't know what else. We'll see what else we can get into. I would love to see you guys then. As always, take care of yourselves out there in the real world and take care of each other. And we will see you back in Azeroth very soon. Bye for now.